this trust. Thank you, Ashok. And I'm sure that we are headed in with a trajectory that is going to take us places. With that, I would like to ensure that we get the maximum benefit of this half-day module. Over to Jagdish for continuing this proceeding. Welcome all.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome and opening remarks, Commodore Shigam sir. Now I request Dr. G. Venkateshwarlu, sir, Vice President of IDEA and Joint Director of ICAR in NAM, to highlight the outline of the session proceedings. Before he speaks, let me give a brief introduction about his credentials. Dr. G. Venkateshwarlu sir joined ICAR in 1993 and served as a scientist in IIHR, Bangalore, CIEF, Mumbai before joining NAM. He worked as an ADG of ICAR, New Delhi, and associated with the National Agricultural Educational Accreditation Board, 5th Dean Committee and Board Subject Matter Committees in Agriculture of ICAR. He is a recipient of several prestigious awards, including the Bharata Ratna C. Subramaniam Best Teacher Award from ICAR, Professor Jeevan Singh Sidhu Teacher Par Excellence Award from Association of Food Scientists and Technologists of India, and Fulbright Nehru Award to participate in International Education Administrators Seminar in 2019. He was a visiting professor under the European Commission's Erasmus Mundus program at Dublin Institute of Technology, Ireland in 2013 and 2014. May I invite you to say a few words on the outline of the session proceedings, please, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Jagdish. Good morning, everyone, and most respected Ajits, who joined from across the globe on behalf of ICAR NAR, the apex body of entire agriculture research and education system, which is being considered one of the largest system in the world. On behalf of ICAR, on behalf of Director NAR, I welcome all of you to this virtual meeting. It's a wonderful feeling, I can tell you. It's an honor to me, join with all of you and sharing this screen virtually, though because of the technology, sitting at different corners, we are able to connect each other. That gives immense pleasure. So here in this connection, first I must thank Ashok Dalwai for connecting the NAR with EIF. And as in continuation of the words about NARM and ICAR, whatever apprised by our Ashok Dalwai sahab, I would like to mention, yes, this is an academy which trains agriculture research scientists, established in 1976, but we started expanding our domain by adding various dimensions depending on the requirement of the day. So starting with the training and capacity building of scientists, and we expanded to other partners and other players, other stakeholders in the system. So, you know, we have today Krishi Vijnana Kendras across the country and one minimum in each district. So to enhance their capacity, we train all the Krishi Vijnana Kendras. And also we start training with FPOs. Today, we are all talking about FPOs and FPC. So we started capacity building and competency enhancement for FPO. Then in continuation of our efforts, we could see for last few years or few decades, entrepreneurship is taking an important place. So to make that, to avail the benefits of that, we started a ABM program in 2009, that is a MBA in Agribusiness Management. Similarly, looking at the growth of the startup ecosystem, and we wanted the same, with the same purpose, with the same objective, we established AIDEA at NAR. This is AIDEA is acronym, Association for Innovation Development of Entrepreneurship in Agriculture. So esteemed Ajits, I must tell you, the AIDEA the philosophy of AIDEA is, if anyone, any individual, any student, any researcher, anyone who has some idea, who has some innovative idea or innovation, we will be happy. We will be happy to be associated with that idea. And we are here to ideate and also help to enhance their idea and whatever concept they have. We are here to nurture the idea and mentor the idea and also accelerate. So we have a platform in the name of AIDEA to identify any idea or any innovation across the system. So we will be doing that mentorship and capacity building and competency enhancement. For that, we must thank various organizations like NABARD, Department of Science and Technology, and Department of Biotechnology, and our own ministry, who are really helping us to make a impact in the startup ecosystem. So in this background, we are happy to join hands with AIEF for this 3 hours program. I know the time is definitely short. So without taking much time, I would like to mention this particular session we have devoted to discuss and share about the startup ecosystem. Yes, we have been hearing for quite some time, sometimes incubator or incubation, startup, accelerator, unicorn, various terms. Sometimes we have some fair idea, but sometimes we are not clear exactly what is this. So what is the enabling system in the current scenario? Yes, now if we look at entrepreneurship over the time, last 1-2 decade completely transformed. Earlier, entrepreneurship was only confined to some corporate houses or some business families and all. Is there only that type of situation? But if you look at last 2 decades, is completely transformation. And any single individual with a wonderful idea, he can be a great contributor and he can be a great entrepreneur in the system. Now we have witnessed a wonderful startups. As our Arvind Sab mentioned, even establishment of Sainik School is also maybe considered as a startup. That's a nice to feel. And also now if you see in our day-to-day, now it has become so close to our life. Even our day starts with the involvement and association with the startups. That means, what I mean to say, the startups have become so effective and so close to our life. Now I can tell you, generally our day starts with a cup of tea or cup of coffee, but that again startup is coming to our doorstep. The Delight, the country Delight, has become a household name in supplying the milk to various entire country. So now they are able to reach every household without any hiccups, without any issues and all. Similarly, if I want to just move anywhere, now Ola, Uber, and all those things. Or if I want to something order immediately, even while participating in this meeting, I want to have some lunch or something, immediately with one click, I will be able to get whatever I wish, whether it is a ration, whether it is a food, whether it is anything. So now it has become so much associated with our life in this startup ecosystem. So this session, we are planning to apprise you and share you what are the various opportunities in this, what is the enabling system in the country, and especially the government initiative. You all know Startup India is a flagship program of the current government of India, which is initiated with the budget allocation of 10,000 crores. So this is the way the government has initiated to groom or to mentor startups. And in that connection, many organizations are involved and started helping various innovators. And in that connection, the startups and all, just another example, ideas are coming from different ways. Now, we could see now redbus.com, because one boy could not find a ticket for his travel from Bangalore to Hyderabad, then it has been translated or it has been developed into a company, a startup, and helping various millions of passengers without any hassles. So whatever problems we have in day-to-day life, particularly startups, I can say, dear Ajis, wherever some unorganized situation is there, wherever unorganized system is there, the startups have really helped to organize them. Now, earlier bus means reservation, we have to run here and there, that agent, this agent and all. But now, taking one smartphone, one click, we can book our ticket. So the unorganized has been translated into organized system and helping entire fraternity, entire people. So this is the way startups have been gaining importance and gaining momentum and gaining lot of significance. So considering this, we have been working in the startup ecosystem in the name of AIDEA and ideating, incubating, accelerating various innovations and all. So for that, we take pride. Today, we have more than 100 startups which have got benefited from AID of NARM, and they are doing excellent, and we take pride for that. So in this connection, just I would like to mention our sessions we have designed in such a way we will be able to explain and we will be able to share the nitty-gritty of a startup ecosystem, and also what are the opportunities in this startup ecosystem. It may be, as I mentioned in the beginning, it need not be a person having some qualification or PhD or anything. No, now the system is so wonderful. We don't ask anything. If a person or an individual or a company or some small society, if they have some idea and they can join us, and we will be very happy to be associated to develop them and to mentor them. So with this, once again, I thank our Ashok Dalwai Sahab. Because of him, today we are sharing this common screen with many wonderful personalities, because it is rare for us to connect with all of you. As I mentioned, based on our profile, based on our mandate, we have been associated so far with only farming fraternity, a scientist or a professor or a student or a research scholar in agriculture and allied sciences. But today is a wonderful day for ICR NARM to join hands with all of you. And definitely, I believe this session becomes fruitful, and you remember the NARM, and we welcome when we solicit anytime regarding this entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem. We will be happy to be associated with anyone. So with this, once again, I thank all of you for joining this virtual session on entrepreneurship and startups.
Thank you so much, Dr. G. Venkateshwarlu sir, for your kind words about this program and enlightening us with so much of activities that are actually happening in now. And we thank you from the bottom of our heart. We are also thankful to you for initiating such a wonderful program today. So yes, sir. Now it's my pleasure and consider as my honor to welcome Chief Guest for the day, Dr. Srinivas Rao sir, Director of ICAR Think Tank Institute NARM, to address the gathering. But before his address, it's my privilege to present his brief introduction. Dr. Srinivas Rao sir acquired his PhD in Social Science and Agri-Chemistry from IARI, New Delhi, and post-doctoral fellowship from Tel Aviv University, Israel. He served in various ICAR institutes, that is IISS, Bhopal, and served in various capacities at IIPR, Kanpur, and CRIDA, Hyderabad, in different capacities from scientist to director. He also served the ICRISAT, Patan Cheru on deputation for 2 years. He has been serving as director of ICAR NARM since 2017. Dr. Rao sir is a highly decorated scientist of ICAR with over a dozen national and international awards. He is a fellow of various distinguished academies, scientists, that is National Academy of Sciences, India, that is NASI, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, NAS, Indian Society of Social Science, Indian Society of Pulses Research and Development, and Telangana Academy of Sciences, that is TAS. He has published over 300 research papers in peer-reviewed national and international journals with high impact factor. Over to Dr. Srinivas Rao, sir, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to have this interaction today. And first of all, let me congratulate Sainik schools on completion of 59 years of their service, and all the Ajit's congratulations, and particularly Ashok Dalwai and who is the connect between Agriculture Ministry and all other associated and common interest sectors of India. And thank you very much. And also you have joined Ashok ji and for this important meeting. And as our colleagues have said that why startups are required, and it is a critical factor for a development index in India or elsewhere. And India ranks globally third in startup ecosystem and forms its unicorns. And if we see that global innovation index in 2021, it was India is ranked at 46th, and just 7 years it was elevated from 76 to 46. So it means that there is a lot of potential in startup and entrepreneurship ecosystem in India. As per the generally startups means a couple of years back means it is a engineering technology oriented startups. But now we see that there is a huge potential in agri systems. Let me take why agri is so important, why it is a critical factor for India. And we all know that we have 140 crores of Indians, and we produce lot of food. For the benefit of students and participants, this year we are able to produce around 325 million tons of food grains and 330 million tons of fruits, vegetables, 108 billions of eggs, and 230 million liters of milk, 18 million tons of fish. Altogether, it is coming around 900 million tons of food. At the same time, our problems are 70% of Indian population is directly or indirectly associated with agriculture. We have 15 crore farmers in 6 lakh villages. But there, I tell the point is that when we have so much food, still more than 20 crores of Indians are not having second meal. Among farmers, 22% of Indian farmers are below poverty line. There are many issues, many constraints. And for this, in fact, we would like to see that how agriculture is converted into an entrepreneurship ecosystem so that larger benefits can be arrived. First of all, one benefit is that out of I proudly say that 900 million tons million liters, 1/3 food is being wasted. 1/3 food is wasted. The value of the food loss in India is per year around 1 lakh crore. 1 lakh crore of food is being wasted even during production time, after production time, storage time, and other coming to the home time. So when we have plenty of food losses, hungry people, unhappy farmers. So how to see that agriculture and food system more sustainable, more value, and also how to improve livelihoods of the farmers. Then there are many opportunities in startups, maybe anybody, any subject. In fact, one of the point is coming, most of the agri startups are now led by engineers. Many other people are coming. How to reduce food losses, how to provide safe food, how to use technology like drones, how to produce more agriculture efficiently, less fertilizer, more production, less land, more production, less water, more production, markets, innovations, many opportunities are there, and in startups, agri startups. So when we identify that there is a clear need of agri startups, there are opportunities. I feel it is a necessity and essential to see that a startup ecosystem is built in the country, maybe agriculture, maybe technology, maybe sericulture, or food systems. We have seen that even COVID time, very challenging period, all other sectors are not up to the mark. But whereas agriculture performed well. In fact, during how we want to see that agriculture can contribute not only food security, nutrition, and sustainable development goals. We wanted to see that how agriculture can contribute to health. Agriculture can contribute to tourism. Agriculture can contribute to social cause. So that is the way, since agriculture and food systems are very unique, the startup ecosystem also built and also centered in with around agriculture sector. In terms of job creation, wealth creation, this year we are able to export the agri exports $50 billion touching. So the government of India would like to have this agri exports to $100 billion. So everybody has to contribute to these exports. That's why students, our generation, when we were studying 40 years back, yesterday I was in Agriculture College, Bapatla, in Acharya NG Ranga Agriculture University, where I joined in 40 years back in BSc Agriculture. So I was interacting with the students yesterday, day before yesterday, Engineers Day of Engineers Day. I was interacting with around 150 agri engineers, food technologists, and also post-harvest technology people. And why, in fact, when we were students, maybe even otherwise 10 years back, agri is not seen as a perspective of startups and these things. So in this endeavor, wherever NARM mission is that to sensitize every student of agriculture, every student, many students of science graduates, many more students of engineering graduates to come to the startup ecosystem, entrepreneurship ecosystem. So recently in this endeavor, our AIDA NARM has reached to the almost 4,000 students across India. The students of Arunachal Pradesh and students of Andaman Nicobar Island, students of Sher Kashmir University, and all other universities. Of course, intensively we have done in southern states and UP, all the states have been covered. Our mission is that next 5 years, we will reach this. There is an opportunity in entrepreneurship. There is opportunity for startups. There is opportunity for job creation. There is opportunity for wealth creation for India. And there is an opportunity to enhance the livelihoods of India, particularly farmers, through students. If I am sensitized at my age, 50 years, 55 years, about 60 years, we will be contributing another 20 years, hopefully 30 years. But we reach to the youngsters, as many as youngsters, they will be contributing to country and nation and welfare of the nation for next 70 to 80 to 90 years. That is the endeavor we would like to reach to the as many as the students, so that I think their orientation, sensitization is towards entrepreneurship. Today, it's a great pleasure. We are with you today and all Ajits and also Sainik schools. I think under the guidance of Sri Ashok Dalwaiji. And we are very happy to associate today, not only today, in any future endeavors of this kind, any other new innovation is required. We will work together. Perhaps we can have MOE formally to have a common programs in future. So I'm very happy, and rather we are very happy to be associated with you and the overall social cause and welfare of the farmers, welfare of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srinivas Rao, sir, for your thought-provoking and valuable, encouraging words for all of us to take up entrepreneurship as a profession. On one hand, we have surplus agri-produce, and on the other hand, we have challenges of wastages to the tune of 1 lakh crores. Above all, the stigma of people not having the second meal, as you mentioned. This will definitely enlighten the Ajit fraternity to take up the entrepreneurship, especially in agriculture, sir. And yeah, we are truly indebted to you for all the support that you are extending towards the Ajit fraternity. Now, over to the technical session. Let's start the technical session with the presentation by Dr. N.A. Vijay Avinashalingam, Principal Scientist and Additional CEO of IDEA ICAR NAM on startup ecosystem and process of incubation in entrepreneurship. Before his address, I would like to tell few words about his academic credentials to this gathering. Dr. N.A. Vijaya Avinashalingam has his doctorate in dairy extension from ICAR NDRI, Karnal. He began his professional career in Farm Science Center of GPPUAT plant, Pantnagar, and ICAR VPKS Almora. After a brief stint in Central Agriculture University, Imphal, he joined as senior scientist in KVK, ICAR, VPKS Bageshwar, and later moved to ICAR CAZRI, Jodhpur as senior scientist in Division of TOT and Training. Dr. Vijay is serving as principal scientist in the Extension System Management Division of ICAR NAM since 2021. He has over 100 publications, including 45 plus research papers to his credit. He has prepared 3 documentary film focused on livelihood improvement of small and marginal farmers. He has received 8 awards from various registered national societies of extension. His areas of interest include extension and communication, adaptation studies, entrepreneurship in agriculture, and impact studies. Over to Dr. Vijay Avinashalingam, sir.
Before that, Ashok ji, if you agree, I'll be leaving to attend another meeting. If possible, I will come back again. Arvind ji, and Ashok ji and Patil ji, Mallikarjun ji, thank you.
Dr. Srinivas Rao, thank you very much. And
thank you.
And it was very nice to see you and give an overall picture of the startup environment ecosystem of our country, and grateful to you.
Thank you
for giving us the privilege of signing an MOU with you. Our association, we will be truly honored to be signing an MOU with one of the best known agri startup promoter of our country. Thank you so much, and we look forward to continued association with you from our forum side. Thank you so much, and of course, you go ahead. You have a lot of work, and your team is here, and we will be with them. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Take care. Good day.
Thank you, Jagdish for your kind words and appreciation. I'm very happy for us to see this overwhelming crowd. Indeed, I could see from an young youth up to the senior people like Mr. Arvind sir, and we have our NRA authority, Ashok sir, everybody, and our JD sir and our director had left recently. And indeed, it's my more liking basically to have a title or to have a topic on this entrepreneurship, because I have been working in this connected with AIDEA, which is the technology business incubator of AIDEA NAM for the last 1.5 years. And right now, before going further to presentation, I would like to share the screen.
Yeah, Jagdish, just enable the screening.
Yes, sir. Santosh?
Please make him co-host.
I think Santosh will take care.
He's already co-host.
Yeah, it's done, sir.
Sir, is it visible for everyone? This is?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sir, I would like to say some of the very brief statistics about the program, why we have been connected more with about the entrepreneurship and these things. Like I usually speak this one when we say about for the last 1 decade, why do we give more emphasis towards to have this entrepreneurship? Because India has a publicly funded higher education system that is the third largest in the world, that is next to the US and China. India's higher education system is expanded and adding almost 20,000 colleges and more than 8 million students in a decade from 2000 to 2010-11. If you could see now, as of 2020, India has more than about 1,000 universities. In this connection, we have a breakup of central universities, state universities, deemed universities, private universities, and institutes of national importance, like we have AIMS, IITs, IIMs, ICERs, IIITs, and National Institute of Technology. But the thing is, even though having all these things, but still we have other institutions of more than 50, 60,000 institutions, like they work as a government degree colleges. And what we do is, by this, what we get outside, we get a huge graduate coming out of this various education systems. Like if you have considering to understand, like we have registered almost 522 general universities and say 177 technical, 65 agriculture, allied and medicals, we have it. So there are top 8 states which is producing more number of colleges and students, where you can say like from Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, and Gujarat. There are about 80% of the students who pass their undergraduate program, and about more than 40 lakh students come out every year. And specifically, if you see with their PhD level, only about 0.5%, that is about more than 2 lakhs come out. And if you bifurcate the total 40 lakhs, obviously we have about more than 20 lakh students coming from BA, BA stream, and BSc with almost 11 lakhs, and another one which we have is a BCom about 7 to 8 lakhs, and rest where about we have like engineering, medicine, BEds, and all the other disciplines. So why the question now we have to think about this specifically at this juncture is, the thing is, then we think about we need to have some startup ecosystem, and the incubation should support and encourage these students to take up entrepreneurship as their profession. That is the basic one which we work upon, and we work out every aspects how we can make the students to be independent. Instead of expecting for a jobs, they should provide the jobs. How we can design our curriculum towards a career orientation instead of course orientation. So this is our objective. And when you see this, I have been speaking about the stream-wise enrollment of the UG. So how the whole study in our country goes. This was a report given by the Ministry of HRD and during the year of 2020-21. And right now, if you think about it, the students who passed and come out of the graduation obviously expect to have a government jobs. So obviously the government jobs, what we think like it usually come after the graduation. So mostly they expect for about the government jobs. If you see in at present scenario, India needs about more than 100 million jobs a year. And mostly the jobs have been generated from the startups and not from the big enterprises. That's why we say the thing that big packages come from start companies, small companies, because they initially take up an idea and they procreate and they nurture it, and they work towards it day and night, and they bring out with a very big exceptional ideas and innovations that could transform the whole world, even not only in our country. Because the startup entrepreneurship is crucial because it also brings more innovations. And the jobs which are generated, which are mostly from the jobs from the startups, they are being entering into the more competitive dynamics and they into the business environment and enterprises. Because why we say the role of startups is, it is very important in our country for economic prosperity and to enhance in our India's world. And the main advantages of the startups, which we say is, it creates more jobs, reduce unemployment, and increases more opportunities for the people to come out with more innovations and creativity. So as of now, which we can say is, like the global data shows, the more jobs have been generated from our country is only from the small companies, not from the big companies. So in this, if you could see about what is the role of the startups, which we can say, business obviously help a country, and the startups that can be defined as the businesses in nascent stages. So I would just give a crux of some photograph. I have made it here. Normally a student come out of the graduation, he would like to have keeping an expectations to be in a government job. Obviously, it's a tendency for most of the agriculture professionals, because as this has been, we have worked out to find out the mentality and survey by the things. We have found every year almost 25,000 students passing and coming out from the agricultural oriented disciplines. And in this, if you see, almost 15,000 were from the undergraduation, and 7,000 were from the post-graduation, and about 3,000 are from PhD. The same condition when we see with veterinary, it's near about 2,860 students are passing out from veterinary. And in case of fisheries, the total of about 2,000, that is including the graduation of 1,100, and about 500 with the masters, and about 200 with PhD. So when everybody have been passing out and coming out into the mainstream, they try to get more government jobs than the things like they want to start a business of their own. Even if they don't get the government jobs, they prefer to go to work in the state governments, teaching, or schools, or in universities, where they could at least get like some job which can sustain their livelihood. Out of this too, there is some other people who are more oriented towards academics and things. The people usually approach as our previous speaker said about, in case of like ARS, Agriculture Research Services, Indian Engineering Services, Assistant Provident Fund Commissioner, Indian Judicial Services. Like, we have many public sectors and government-owned jobs across the country. Even the students prefer to go even to that extent. And sometimes people who are exceptionally of more confident, and they want to bring some changes in the whole livelihood system, they expect to go for an administrative service like on a Union Public Service Commission, or else they go for the state group 1 services or group 2 services. Within this all category, private job also, the people prefer out of this 4 area. If they don't touch upon, then they come to the private job, and sometimes they prefer to go for the non-governmental organizations. All these things exceptionally, if you want to leave it, thinking about the last preferred option is only the thing is to start about a retailing, or to running a business, or consultant. To become an agricultural entrepreneur it's been the last, and almost even less than 1 or 2% of the agricultural students who pass out, they won't take up agricultural entrepreneurship as a profession. Because if you say the vital data, more than 80-90% of the students who come from a farming background fail to take farming as a profession in the later years. So that's why we have been working, and we have been sensitizing across the country, so as to every student should take up entrepreneurship as a profession, and instead they should provide job, instead they seek for a job. So in this sequence, normally that we usually say about the various activities, why we need money, and why we need for a startup ecosystem, or why we need an entrepreneurship. Basically, money, it's been connected like economic and non-economic activities which we do. For that, we need money. So money is another one, is like we need to have a livelihood support. It can be like it provides employment, and it can be a profession, or it can be for the business. So this all categories, it's totally exclusively connected only with the money. So that we can say it as an economic activities. Whereas in case of non-economic activities, when somebody does and they get some benefits, it may be like a services, or it can be maybe through some of the payments, that we never considered as a money for economic generation. Instead, we consider that is for the love and affection. So with this category, we purely concentrated towards how we can bring out an entrepreneurs in our country is our main objective. And through that, we can go ahead with this. So before the thing is, I have found there are lots and lots of students, and to make it more encouragement, I would like to show some of the photographs who have imprinted their impressions on the whole economy not only in our countryside, it's been in the worldwide. So we could see about a couple of people who have created their names across the country, and international level also. They have been one of the very global players. I would like if it would be like a two-way interactions. If anybody could mention anybody's name, I'll be very happy with the senior professionals here. Begin, I could see many of the young youth, they have been available here. So they can unmute and please say it, anyone who knows, anyone you knows about these people.
Yeah, I think the youngsters can start, please.
Yeah, sir. That is the reason I just put up on this shows to have an interactive communication with the students also.
Yeah. The youngsters, please start.
Sir, we have Baiju Ravindran.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, Jeff Bezos,
Yeah, yes.
Mark Zuckerberg,
Okay.
Jack Ma,
Jack Ma, yes.
Robin,
We have Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs we have, sir.
Steve Jobs. Okay, fine. Sir, I want to bring you only these things in front of you, basically. We are so expert in identifying the biggest entrepreneurs who created history, and we miss our own entrepreneurs who are playing a very big role in our country. That's why I have put up on the photos here, basically, because people knows about Steve Jobs, they know about Mark Zuckerberg, they know about Jeff Bezos, they know about Jack Ma. But the people who imprinted in our country and reached to the status of a big entrepreneurs and company and become a big industry enterprises, that we miss them. Basically, the one who is in the mask is Mr. Alan Walker. He's a 10th dropout student, high school student, and who is having a wealth of, he's one of the very big music composer and having a wealth of almost more than $20-30 million. So, and when you see the four top people I have seen, it's the photo which is beside Mr. Jack Ma is Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma. Yeah, he's a Paytm founder. And Byju's, as Sir said already, and next one is Mr. Bhavish Agrawal, he is the Ola founder. And the next one is Zomato founder, Mr. Goyal. So why I have put up this photograph here is, they have almost a decade back, all the four people who are in that photograph are totally unknown in the industry. But right now, they have imprinted them that it is, we are here and definitely we would showcase our potential. We are not nowhere less than anyone. I can say you the Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma's story or biography, if you would have listened. He is the one when in 2015-16, he was walking from Paharganj in Delhi and he was going to Green Park. He said he doesn't have money because when he came with the digitalization of this money, he doesn't have money to hire a vehicle or to go for, so he went by walk itself. So the money he could spend. But later now he worth in billions. And the same condition with Byju's, who is at present having owning of more than $3.5 billion. So $1 billion we consider and we call them as a unicorn. The next one is Mr. Bhavish Agrawal Vola, as our our joint director said about the Red Bus. He is the same guy. What he did is he wants to travel from Bangalore to Mysore. So he hired a taxi and he gone, and the taxi person in between started bargaining with him. And he said that he increased his money abruptly. So he thought, and basically he's an IIT graduate and from Mumbai. He thought, when a person who is educated like me from an IIT, somebody can cheat me, how it will be applicable for the whole overall population. We are going to reach about 140 crore population. So he sat and thought and bring about this Ola, but he doesn't have even a single car he possesses with him, but there are more than lakhs of cars are running on Ola and Uber, possibly, you know it. The same supply chain great, there is Zomato, Mr. Goyal. So these all people are the fires, like they are the people who inculcated this or who injected this entrepreneurial spirit within the young people. Now, another next, these are the famous garages which we say in every entrepreneurship sensitization program. I would just show you some of the homes where the people worked earlier. So this one also, can anybody say this might be belonging to anybody? You have come across this photograph or not? I want to ask from you. Please unmute yourself and you can speak. Okay, the first.
So one is Microsoft.
Microsoft, which one you are saying? Out of the four photographs, you are saying of Microsoft?
Yes, sir.
The first one is
Apple.
Yeah, because
Apple.
yeah, Apple. So the Steve Jobs, they say it's a garage. Like basically, they started their work in their car shed or something, that when they work upon or they take up an idea. The first one belongs to the Steve Jobs garage, and second and third is for the Google, and the fourth one is Jeff Bezos. First, this is that he kept as an inventory initially. But now I will show you some of the biggest empires in the whole world. The pictures I would show you, that if anybody can again say to us, it will be very happy that I could see and get happy by the things that you have come across with these people. The
First one is Apple, sir.
First one is Apple. Okay, it's fine. Somebody, I'm very happy, Mr. Bharat, because this is the empire what Steve Jobs created. This is 176 acres sprawled in US. So the worth right now, what Steve Jobs is having about $22 billion. And they are having an evaluation of more than about $3 or $4 trillion that he could able to procure about 3 countries from Europe. So that much individual assets that he worth it. The second photograph which you have been seeing is the Google office in California. And this is the Jack Ma office in Hangzhou. And the fourth one is Jeff Bezos. So the empire, what you have seen earlier, and the transformation, what has come here, these two are the biggest thing which has created an impact among the people. Now the Paytm, the mall which you have been seeing here, this is his office, where it's in Delhi. So it is like, I want to say, like, entrepreneurship is living a few years of your life like most people won't, so that you can spend the rest of your life like most people can't. So you have to be the change in your life. I would like to show here one video specifically, which has been connected with an encouragement. So that's why I want to just connect here to one video, and I would like to ask
a lot of feel. I feel for funny things that I.
Whether you people can see the video, anybody, sir?
Not yet.
No, sir. No, sir.
No, yeah. So what I do is, sir, I would just stop sharing and we'll come back to the now you could see the video, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a about 30-second video by Jack Ma, and I like that everyone can see this, and we can take the inspirational messages what he said it.
A lot of feel. I feel for funny things that I failed a key primary school test for 2 times, and I failed 3 times for the middle schools. You know, for 3 years I tried to fill in the universities. So I applied jobs for 30 times, got rejected. I went for a police, they said, no, you're not good. I went to even the KFC. When KFC come to China, come to my city, 24 people went for the job. 23 people were accepted. I was the only one guy. And we went for police. 5 people, 4 of them accepted. I was the only guy that I received it. So for me, being turned down, rejected. Oh, by the way, I told you that I applied for Harvard for 10 times, rejected. I know I'll be rejected. I just want to say that.
Yeah, sorry now.
I think we have to get used to it. We're not that good. Even today, we still have a lot of people reject us. I don't think in this world there are a lot of people be rejected more than 30 times. If we, the only thing we never give up, the only thing we're like a Forrest Gump, we keep on fight. We keep on changing ourselves. We don't complain. Whether you were successful or not successful, I find that people, when they finish the job, if they make the mistake, if they fail, if they always complain the others, this guy will never come back. If the guy only check himself, yeah, something wrong with me here, something wrong with me there, this guy has a hope.
Excellent.
So this is a very short video. I always show to every meeting because the messages here is that he didn't overcome the obstacles and he reached there. There is a very important message that he communicated to our whole country personnel. That's why I just show only this video specifically to everyone. I want to ask from any of the learned people that what's a message that, sir, you have seen everything in your life more than the things. But what will be the takeaway message from this video? I need to ask, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, sir, here, the thing is the takeaway message in the things like what I specifically say, in the life, we should never complain about others. And indeed, the things like we have to find out or we need to introspect within us that where we are lagging behind. Because in the life, we should not stop our goal or objective or career just because of the sake that we don't get the somebody is coming to hindrance or somebody is coming as an obstacle. So that's why this video is like it's one of the biggest inspiration goalpost which I always show to the people. So now let's we can see the things. What is been the thing of an startup ecosystem and entrepreneurial ecosystem? Because failure obviously is a part of the path to success. If you never fail, you have possibly never lived in your life. That I always say. And nobody has an obstacle-free path to success. It has been well known and proven everyone. So there are very famous successful examples in the entrepreneurial scenario. Here, the thing is, I have just shown a photo here. He's a failed soldier, farmer, and a real estate agent who is 38 years old, and he is Ulysses G. Grant, and he has been cut off from the basketball team and locked inside and cried. Possibly this anyone knows it. He is Michael Jordan. And the thing is, like the teacher said in the school, that he is stupid and you can't learn anything, that you are fit for nothing. So this is Thomas Alva Edison, having more than thousands of patents. And he fired from the newspaper agency because of lacking imagination, because they asked to create a cartoon page and he could not able to create a cartoon on when he was working in a US in the company. And the newspaper fired him because he lacks imagination. But later he came with the Walt Disney. This has been known and it's been projected every time in our whole world. So his fiancée died. He failed in business twice, nervous breakdown, and defeated. This is nothing but this Abraham Lincoln. And he started humbly by selling the traditional snacks to religious pilgrims. He's nothing but he's Mr. Dhirubhai Ambani. So the life, it's like entrepreneur and other things is not like which we have a myth earlier that entrepreneur is born, not made. But possibly now we cannot say that entrepreneur is born because now we have been working and going towards the digital era. So the thing is, formal education is obviously required for a student to complete it. So we say that the word entrepreneurship, it's been taken from the word entrepreneur. It's by undertaker or adventurer basically. And there's Pratik and Kulkarni says is the entrepreneur is the one who initiates and establishes an economic activity or enterprise. In shortly, what we speak about enterprise, it's a firm with a profit motive. Because if a person is been working towards to generation of profits, then it is called as an enterprise. And entrepreneurship is nothing but an economic activity, as I said earlier. And anyone who does between sale and exchange of goods obviously is being called as an entrepreneur. And it is being done on the regular basis. And he works for to generate a profit, and there is no uncertainty of return and the elements of risk. And he does the production of goods and services. And he is very innovative, social responsibility, productivity, less input and with more output. Today's definition is entrepreneurship is the process of creating something with value by devoting the necessary time and skill and assuming the accompanying risk financially, everything. And finally, that he will get reward as the monetary and personal satisfaction and independence. These are the various myths they speak about entrepreneurs, that they are born, not made, they are gamblers, high risk takers, they are immoral, they are inventors, money is the key for an entrepreneurship. Now I would just come here to make a category between three sentences which often we get confused. One is basically about a self-employment, second one is business, and the third one is startups. First of all, Self-employment, when you go towards to the northeastern side, the people you would find, like specifically I can say in Manipur, like in Ima market, which we say, there the whole market is being owned by the female counterparts, and they produce or they cook items from the home, and they come and sell it in the platform or sell in the market. So what we say is that is a self-employment, but self-employment never get confused with entrepreneurship until unless we are providing jobs to somebody, then we can take it as a entrepreneurship. So that's why I have made a very critical difference between a business and a startups. A small business and startups, both of them only the entrepreneur does, but business doesn't claim any uniqueness, but whereas startups always come with innovations. Innovations, so how it been triggered, it's been done through creativity. Creativity in simple way for a layman, how we say is during the night time when we sleep, it comes on the dream. So what we think is when you convert the dreams into the innovations by producing as a product with low economic inputs and low economic cost and taking out more profit, it's been obviously called as a startup. And the second one is in case of business, like we have a grocery shop, like a simple one we can keep, or we can keep any critical hardware shop. So this person doesn't mean to be called as a startup, because startup have certain uniqueness, like it grows slowly. Like the one who is getting enough profit in the grocery shop, he can start getting the profit from the day one onwards. But whereas in case of like when he go for a startup, it's totally is different, because in case of startups, it slowly grow, and once it reaches to the maximum by their disruptive ideas and it creates more innovations, possibly that scaling level is so high that the business who does grocery shop possibly cannot able to get it. So that's why we always say the thing, it's only the thing like which you put an input and you work for it, and your high priority is the profit. And there is no exponential growth in case of business, but whereas in case of startups, like I always say in Udaan is a startup which was implemented in February 2016, and within 2 years that reached to the unicorn status on February 2018. Because of unicorn status means almost $1 billion, about 8,000 crores. Within 2 years, exponentially grow and achieving this status is not possible by everyone what is being taken under the category of business. Business, you put investment as well as capital with your thinking. It goes up very gradually. But whereas in case of startups, there is no have any limitations, and you work towards to maximizing the returns, and it can take years to get one, in maybe 1 or 2 years, possibly you won't get anything output by this. But the thing is, once if it start picking up, you will get much more money than the one what you have been expecting for. Here, in case of startups, technologies are the main product, whereas in case of business, they don't need any special technologies. They just do the same business what the previous people did, and just they accumulated it and they sell it for the people. So I could just say you a small example. What an example like a grocery shopkeeper, what he does is, he may open a shop in one street and find that he is having a good business, he can sell it. He can go again to take into some other place and location and open another grocery shop. And if he wants to get some other more money, so what he can do is he can give his number to the people, or he can give WhatsApp, he can use WhatsApp number or something, so that the people can give a call or WhatsApp the message and they can deliver the product. But in case of startups, what they did is, it's only an innovation. They connected the grocery shop and as well as the customer through artificial intelligence, and they provided a best supply chain, and easily they have now started earning the money in crores. That is the only connection which they have been using by the analytics, artificial intelligence. So that's the innovation is required in case of any of the startups, because the startup India, which we say, it triggered the entrepreneurial culture and inculcate entrepreneurial values, and it also creates more awareness among the people, and it encourage more dynamic startups by motivating more and more educated youths. So obviously the government is ready in supporting the rural youths by giving more financial help through loans, and they support the early phase startups also. And the action plan also have been generated. They work at promoting the bank and financing for the startups, and simplifying the operations and providing the required benefits as and when they required. So now let's speak about a startup, because possibly you would have got an idea about what mean by startups and how it's been differentiated by simply of a small business or a self-employment. And now we come into the startup scenario. In the startup is nothing but it's like I just put a photograph here along with the children playing here. Possibly most of the people knows this one. The children play in the sand. So why my question is, as a senior member, so why the children, we usually send the children to play in the sand, sir? Because as somebody can unmute and you can say it, why we send the children to play in the sand, sir?
They create and destroy, recreate.
To create, sir. And what else, as a parents, what we think, sir, like we usually send the children for playing in the sand instead of concrete and other things. What is the basic we just think about for our children, sir?
Safety.
Safety, sir. It is the thing which I required, because like at the age of 1 or 2 years, we always think for the children to be more safe, that they should not get affected or they should not get wounded in anything. So how the sand is protecting the children, that is the same way how the startup is protected by the incubator. Like we expect that the incubator system initiated by the government of India is doing the same process. What the sand protects, the sand is being, the child is being protected by the sand. So this we say is a sandbox, but whereas when we see about the students who come out after the graduation, they come out with more new thinkings and new ideas and new innovations, and they come out, the best idea has been taken up and that has been brought up as a startup. And the startup is being supported by an incubator. And here we have been connecting with AIDEA, that is Association of Innovation Development of Entrepreneurship in Agriculture, and it is hosted at NAM. This in short phenomenon, I have just shown that how the startup and incubator ecosystem it works. So let's begin, and we can take and turn our ideas into reality. We can be an entrepreneur, and we can work towards to bring out more ideas. So that's why as a startup, what I was speaking is earlier, this word was initially brought in 1976. It was called as a change engines of the world. It was first technically and economically used by the Forbes magazine in the world for a technical business term, that startups, the word was used. This has been used to call for a small companies. So why they have used to call for the small companies? Initially, you can take it in the Bangalore as an example. Infosys is one of the startup. It usually initiated during the very early ages, almost 40-50 years back. And they have been as a startup. Now they have changed the whole demography and geography of the whole Bangalore city. So that is the impact it created, because it not only injected many people, many graduates to come towards them, but also it increases the hospitality, transport, manufacturing, services, industry across the sectors. It created a visibility and made Bangalore as a IT hub. Like Wipro is also been one of the startups. So it created a ripple effect on the socioeconomic status of the whole system wherever it works. So that's why we often say that the country like Google changed the whole California, Microsoft changed the whole Redmond in US, like Jack Ma changed the Guangzhou. So these all are the biggest example which we connect and correlate with the people, and we say how the rippling effect is being created among the people and their minds and the generations. So nothing but I want to say, this is the definition given by the government of India. It's like it is being called as an young company founded by one or more entrepreneurs to develop a unique product. Basically, it can be a unique product or a service, and bring it to the market for validation, and with the proper reproducible model, or else we can say as a scalable business propositions. So basically, initially, when you come out with an idea, you won't be having any money. So you are supposed to take from your families, friends, and the crowdfunding. You can go like initially, these are the ways the people usually the bootstrapping initially they done it, and getting from their friends, families. And initially they face with very high uncertainty and have high rates of failure, but a minority of them successfully pass it on and they become successful and influential. Because the recent there was a survey conducted by IBM, and they found more than 90 to 90%, 92% of the startups fail, and only about 8 to 10% of the startups are getting succeeded. This is the reason, because the reason behind is they have when you come out with an idea, how you support the idea, how you have that idea successfully implemented and get a market traction among the majority, and how you solve the burning problem. Because nowadays the startups has to work towards, they need to find out what is the burning problem of the consumer. It is called as a pain point. You need to
All of you kindly mute yourselves. Those who are not speaking, please mute yourselves, and let's listen to the lecture calmly. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Vishay. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And it is a thing like the startups and other companies. What they do is they work towards work towards what is the pain points of the consumer, what is the burning problem of the consumer. And nowadays the startups are in so brilliant way. They find out how to solve the burning problem for the customer without me, that he could not control, he could not do it by himself. That is the way the people get attracted by the companies, and they won't get a chances to leave them. So now it is not like what was the earlier company, you produce a product and we come with an innovation and give it to the people and forgetting and going out. No, because nowadays the people, it keeps on working on the things like, it is obviously making everyone to be dependent on them. Like means they always take the consumer advantage as well as competitive advantages between various industry. Like I can give you more example, like it is making one is dependent on another. Like Google is not a project and it is a platform. Like Microsoft is also not a project, it's a platform. Apple is not a project, it's a platform. Facebook is not a project, it's a platform. WhatsApp is not a project, it's a platform. So the one who is ruling now the country, YouTube is also one of the thing, it's not a platform. So it's a platform. So what happens is, here everybody, the content is being created even by the consumers, even by the producers, the advertisement companies. But we have now, the condition is happening is, they want to work with the people, they have to enable it. After enabling, what the thing is, they need to get a passive income. First of all, they work together, they work at the best, and they get an active income and make everybody, it's create like a web that they cannot leave and go back. Now, when we see, when it's example, you have seen, obviously, when I go to a like a restaurant or something, like it's been seen by myself virtually, a family who comes out with 5 or 6 members, everywhere, even the parents, the children, they have holding their mobiles. And when they normally, when a person goes to, in the earlier days, traditional days, about 40 years back, the people say, when they want to go out for what? To have an interaction with the family members due to their regular busy activities, they want to forget and go. But now what is happening is, even in the shop and the restaurants, when we sit and see, the family members come and they sit in their respective seats and they start seeing their mobiles. They don't even have a discussion with the people. So that is the thing. I just shown even these things to my children, that see the life, how it's going up. Because that means you are just coming as a mechanical, you are coming and sitting in a restaurant and you just want to eat and go back. There is no discussion. They order their food and they go back. We need to get outing with our family, not to have an interaction, or to not to see the mobiles, or to not to see the thing. Basically 40 years, 50 years back, my parents say, when you are 1984, only the TV come into the picture, 1990s, they say, when you eat food, you should not put television, you should switch it off. And when you are speaking with others, you should never listen any of the mobile, you should not watch the mobile and speak with the person. So this sort of education, it makes the person to be more interactive and more connected with the family members than the one that how it was now virtually we are moving like a machines. Because if we don't create between each other with more connectivity, possibly we are missing a lot. So with this sequence, I want to say you is, so Ministry of Commerce and Industry, now recent notification it has come, that's on 2019. They usually say about what is the meaning of a startup. An entity can be called or considered as a startup that up to a period of 10 years from the date of incorporation, And if it is incorporated as a private limited company or registered as a partnership firm or a limited liability partnership. So this has been very important, and the turnover of the entity for any of the financial years since its incorporation or registration should not have exceeded more than 100 crore rupees. That's the second important point. The third one is the entity must working towards innovation, development or improvement or products of processes or services. So these are the 3 points they have given here. Along with the startup also should not be older than 7 years. This has been little relaxed for the biotech firm, it's for 10 years. And why they have given here specifically is the fourth one has been also been considered very important, because what people consider is to get the benefit of taxation or to get the benefit of other things. What they do is they have an entity, they have a company, they split upon and they show that as a small startup. So this is not possibly is been accepted that according to the startup word, because the government gives what's the benefit government is giving for the people. I could just say you that the government has injected more than 10,000 crores for the startup fund, and under the credit guarantee scheme they have given about more than 500 crores. And in case of foreign aids, we have more than $2 billion, which has been rooted upon for encouraging the startup. That's why I could say you, and India has replaced UK as the third highest startups available in our country, reaching the unicorn status. And moreover, in the UK has provided the emerging country of the year for the India because of growing startups. And during the right now, we have about 81 unicorns. Of the unicorns, more than 44 unicorns were only registered on the year of 2021. So it shows that involvement about the people, and it shows about the authenticity of their idea and authenticity of their value of the product and their innovation. It makes much more than this. So what the benefit they get as a startup, why they want to bring a startup scenario or ecosystem in our country is because there is no inspection for initial 3 years. Because for 3 years there is no need for their self-certification is sufficient. There is no need for any labor laws particularly focused on this. And but the registration has to be done. The portal allowed to register, and you can within a 1 day you can make your startup registered in the portal. And we are having a mobile app also in 2016. In addition to that, there is a single window for clearance, approval, and registration the government is providing, because it's an ambitious program by the government of India. 2015 it was set by the Honorable Prime Minister and started implementing from 2016 onwards. And you have about the income tax exemption, but the income tax exemption is to be cleared by the interministerial board. And you have a capital gain tax exemption, you have it. And when you have a benefit of in filing the patent and IPR, you have an 80% rebate in case of patent fee, and you would funding scheme also been available for the startups. So this many provisions they have been providing to the startups only to encourage the people not to fear for registering a company, because if you would have gone for 10 years or 15 years back, so possibly like the loan which has been provided by Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises, like we go for a Mudra loan or any of the government loans, what they do is you need to, you have to show some collaterals. This collaterals, if you show, you can show your assets. And if you don't reproduce or if you don't pay back the money, possibly then you will be in the defaulter and the government can take any action against you. The same condition is with bank. If the bank you take as a loan, after taking the loan, whether you could, if you don't pay it, then they can sue you for the things that why you didn't pay the money. But whereas at recent conditions, the government is providing and encouraging with number of schemes for the startups. It may be the money has been injected under the Department of Science and Technology to Nidhi Prayas, Nidhi Seed Funds, and we have DBT supporting under the BIRAC umbrella, and we have the NABARD, they have the catalytic funds for the catalytic seed funds, they have it. NABARD is giving the NABCon ventures, they have it. And you have the Coal India, you have many like Atal Innovation Mission, RKV, Raftar, like you have a number of programs which is been working towards for the person to help them to become an entrepreneur in the country, so that they can boost the economic prosperity and they can make our country to be in the level of a developed status. So these are the various things which I was just speaking to you up to this much time. We have various schemes under the Startup India. We have the online recognition process, as I said in the portal, and we have a Startup India hub. We have the Startup India learning program, and it facilitates the patent filing. There is an ease compliance norms, and you can have the relaxed norms of procurement, and you have the tax benefits, incubator and funding support, innovation focused program for various startups, and your regulatory norms is also been addressed. And the benefits here is Atal Tinkering Labs. This is one of the very creative program and flagship initiative by under the in the culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in country in the year of 2016, because Atal Innovation Mission is taking as a holistic approach to ensure the creation of a problem-solving innovative mindset in schools and creating an ecosystem of entrepreneurship in universities, basically. Because all the initiatives of Atal Innovation Mission is currently monitored and managed systematically using the real-time MIS systems and the dynamic dashboards. Because Atal Tinkering Labs is being launched at the school level with the goal to foster the curiosity and innovation in the young minds. From the grade 6 to 12th, you will be finding about more than 10,000 schools across 680 districts having the Atal Tinkering Labs in their school facilities. So this has been, and moreover, they're getting funds like anything for the people to inject or to inculcate the entrepreneurial spirit from the budding school students onwards. And we have obviously the Innovation Co program, and we have the Uchatar Avishkar Yojana with innovation you are coming out. And we have the Nidhi program, as I said, under the Department of Science and Technology, which they have been providing the national initiative for developing and harnessing innovation. In short, we say as Nidhi, that's by Department of Science and Technology. We have the competitive advantage for the startup, like it works to inculcate and to bring a big market potential. It generates revenues, basically. It's been supported by the government. It's been more agricultural friendly, and it's been innovative injections into the country. When you come with the startup dynamics, you have a number of challenges, threats, opportunities, and growth drivers. So on the well-structured cultural landscape, you can have everything with working in a better sphere, and the keys, issues, and challenges of startup in India. So I am not taking this more because due to the time limitation and shortage, I am just saying you the important thing. Being it's an awareness program, I hope Ashok sir will keep in future any other program. We can discuss everything individually, because sir, I could say you, like even a basic of a startup ecosystem, we take it as a separate lecture for about one class, and for the fundings, we go for another one class, and we find out how the various business propositions we come for a one class, and the key elements we take for about one lecture. This is like and the various government schemes we go for again one particular lecture. So this is like a condensed information I am just bringing in front of you. I want to make you to aware about the government supports. Like if you, I cannot able to show the various government scheme also. It's like almost 10, 15, 20 slides are there on that. So I'm just showing you the very important key elements. For a startup, team building exercise is absolutely very, very essential. The one is not only exclusively to be from his own department. The team building exercise is like he's been a founder, or he can be also have one or two co-founders. And the co-founders, they should try to bring out the people in tandem to work day and night. Like there was a talk which was happened with the Ninja Card founder, Mr. Vasudevan Chinnathambi. He said, it's the business is not like 1 or 2 days I could see, sir. I cannot sleep for many nights, because the thing is, unless they want to reach to the unicorn status, they cannot sleep, because their ideation, commitment, validation, scaling up, establishing as an enterprise, this is a very, very big issue. Otherwise, in one case, if you miss it, possibly you will go to the death of valley stage. So obviously you cannot recover it. So that's why the people think I have to work day and night. If it means if you keep your leg into becoming an entrepreneur, that means there is no way to go back. But right now, government is protecting you, and it is supporting you even for the death of valley of death startups. Also, government is coming with NABARD is coming with catalytic funds. They're giving supports to the valley of death stage startups, so that they can reorient, or they can change their idea into a new module, and they can come up. Because when you find overall, almost all over the country and the world, almost 187% growth we are having in advanced machinery and robotic learning and big data and analytics. But whereas in case of agricultural knowledge sphere, it's only 0.5 to 1% is only tapped. So that is the reason in agricultural, our academy have been actively involved in emphasizing to everyone, because almost all the unicorn status startups you could find, more than 70-80% are from IITs and engineering. So there we are lacking up. Even in agriculture and allied disciplines also, the people who come up and work on this are majority of them are engineers. So we have been working actively every time we are going for sensitization program under the vision of our director, and we just take this issue to corner of every state from north to south and from west to east. We have been working and we have been working to sensitize all over the country to bring an entrepreneurial spirit into the mind of the students. So the team building exercises, they need to find not only from the discipline, they need to work out like if a guy is from agriculture, he should need to have a worker person from marketing, he should have some legal expertise. There is no meaning of a relation and other things will come into the picture of team building. The team is being basically determined how your associate will help you in solving the biggest problem. It's like how if you are coming and initially coming with an idea, and when you are having an idea about a founder like a product or a service, obviously you will usually think about to have an actual planning. So the actual planning obviously think about with the revenue model and how the milestones are to be set for my company. And the third, it comes to the commitment stage. Commitment stage, there you think about the shareholders, who are all the people can be connected with you, how I can register and how I can work to bring out a minimum product so that I can able to showcase in front of the people. So then we need to think about pre-seed stage. What we say for the pre-seed stage is the company or the startup which is in very initial stage, expecting to get fund from their family, friends, and crowdfunding, or some to the extent from angel investors. So initially, team building exercise has been very, very important. Second, in case of like generating funds for the team, so that they can come out with a product and they can inject into the economy in short. So if you say about an entrepreneurial ecosystem, it is not only the thing of like a founders and the company, what they establish. It's been connected with everything. The composition of startup ecosystem is the whole ideas, inventions, research, and their IPR issues as intellectual property rights issues, their entrepreneurship education, startups at various stages, their members, angel investors, advisors, everything it's connected. Organization and activities, who are all the people work with startup activities? These are the various people who connect with advisories and providing mentoring, providing accelerating, providing co-working spaces, everything. So the whole entrepreneurial ecosystem is connected with every individual players at various levels. So why do we need startups basically? First one is obviously to provide jobs and to reduce unemployment, because small companies play a significant role in case of economic growth, and definitely it create economic dynamics between the people, and it spur the injection and inject the innovations. So the economy will be revived initially, and it goes to the maximum, and it can go to the upscale and become an established enterprise. So they always keep on working towards the latest innovations, and they want to be always competitive in the business, because they can't have any barriers. As an example, I could say always in the mobile phones, now the Redmi and the Xiaomi is playing a very, very important role. Like Redmi and MI phone and OnePlus, it's been a very big threat for the Samsung and the big companies. Like when you see about the Apple phones, that has been like they are being the higher category people, they prefer that because of its safety and other secure natures. But whereas the Xiaomi and Redmi, now they are playing a wonderful role, because what they do is this quarter they will come out with one new idea, and they would come out with one simple innovation. When another competitor try to come and inform, or when they come into with a new product, before launching itself, they would have reached to another product. So every 2 months, 3 months, they are coming with updated version. So they keep in check the people that who wants to come as a competitor. So this also become a very, very big issue in case of like startups, why they need to be always active. And within the agri ecosystem, they needs to be obviously important to bring all the economic dynamics. So this is the way which we say of the development of a startup. As I said earlier, idea, product, and business, because they obviously needs to position the product in a better way to the market, and it should be fit for the people. So how? The idea we say about for the ideation and conception, and in case of product, they have the commitment and validation. And business, once if it is been scaling and establishing level, that's the only thing which we say. So these are the various stages of a startup. Like we have the pre-seed stage, seed stage, early stage, growth stage, expansion, and they finally exit. So So how the research work towards for synthesizing the idea, then they come into the conceptualize, and finally they come out with the prototype, which can be as a product, which can be expect for a raising funding from the various investors so that they can able to showcase their potential. So I have discussed already about these things. And these are the various stages which I have shown you. This is a universally accepted photo diagram of the startup funding. And these are the startup features. Like we have the startup can nowadays they have made it as a registered partnership firm. Otherwise, they can have a single ownership company, and they have about they have to register as a private company, and after that they can become a limited liability partnership. So these are the various things which has been connected with the startup features. Promoting startups, always innovation breeds innovation, like which I said. The thing is, like Infosys came into Bangalore and they started bringing out the IT hub. It not only the innovation brought only the IT hub, because it encourages every other industry and hospitality as well as manufacturing and services, what I said earlier. So it provides innovation, always breeds innovation, so that the people, number of people start working upon, and it provides opportunity equally among all the people, and it gives an opportunity for the small investor to support their initial phases when they need funds from the for the people who are expecting to get from family and friends. The small investor having an opportunity to invest on that. So it bridges challenges between the technology developers and customers, because everyone cannot come out with more creation and more innovation or more ideation. They are obviously supposed to have, they can change the methods or they can change the process. Maybe even under the research methodology, which our Rogers Kerlinger, he is a scientist, he has just mentioned about it. Even in a place where they are not unaware about the usages, or that even the product which you are implementing into that place, it is also called to be as an innovation. So these are the various funds which is being provided to the startups, like seed fund, series A, B, C, D, and E, bootstrapping. We have angel investors, venture capitalists, crowdfunding, loans, equity, grants. And these are the various startups across the country who have shown their potential in getting succeeded. Like in case of big data, it's Cropin, Agnext, SkyMet. The Agnext is one of our incubated startups, and who have reached to the almost a very good stage of more than 300-400 million now dollars they have reached almost. And they have been working upon on the AI, and they have during 2017 they have incubated from us, and we have been given the seed funds, as well as he's been one of the accelerator program participant. So the under the Agri Udan. And in case of supply chain and market linkage, we have Big Heart, AgroHub, Crow Farm, Ninja Cart. And in FAAs, that's a farming as a service, we have this various startups which has been given here. And IoT, we have the Fuzzle and Flybit innovations. Engineering-led innovation, we have Kamal, Kisan, Keti, Drip Tech, and miscellaneous. So this is a agri-tech startups working across the country, but we have more than 400-500 startups which is exclusively working on agri-tech startups. And every month and every year, there are thousands of startups are coming in the line. Only the success determines the effect and capability of the product of the particular startup to stand or not. So Unicorn, I have said you, as it is a venture capital industry, the valuation of $1 billion any startup reaches, that's called to be as an unicorn. This is coined by first Eileen Lee, the founder of the Cowboy Ventures. Unicorn, they usually it gets succeeded basically only by the disruptive innovation, and it has been found mostly the unicorn industries are 87% were in software and 7% in hardware, and only 6% of on the other products and services. So so I would now come to the various schemes what the government is giving emphasis. So in this, under this, we can find out like Atmanirbhar Bharat App Innovation Challenge has been launched on July 2020 under the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and he urged all the tech and tech startup community to come forward to develop a world-class mobile application under the challenge. And we have the Samriti scheme, and it's been Ashwini Vaishnav, Minister of Electronic Information and Technology, MITI, launched the Samriti scheme, and the Startup Accelerator of MITI for product innovation, development, and growth. So our accelerator program is supported by NABARD. So we have the Startup India Seed Fund. It is launched on 16 January 2021, and it's worth of 1,000 crores to help the startups and support ideas for aspiring entrepreneurs. And we have the Startup India initiative. I have explained about everything about the benefits of it. That is like no inspection, and they don't have a registration is easy, income tax exemption, and benefit in patent filing, and they are getting a good funding scheme from the from various government agencies. And startup leadership program is also been available. These are the various schemes under the startup leadership program. There is a fund named as Aspire. Under the Aspire, it's been promoted by Ministry of Small and Medium, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, launched in 2015. Like these are the various schemes by the government of India for the benefit under the Startup India scheme. And there is a scheme named as Stand Up India. Stand Up India has been usually given to the SC, ST people or women entrepreneurs, because they can borrow a loan between 10 lakhs to 1 crore and can be borrowed by at least one scheduled caste or scheduled tribe. And at least one woman should be per bank, and they should set up a greenfield enterprises, basically. So Atal Tinkering Lab, I have said it, I said you about for the students between 6th to 12th across the country. And now we are just coming back to the incubator. Incubator is a space which has been designed only to help the startup companies and individual entrepreneurs to develop their business by providing a full-scale range of services, starting with running a startup by providing workspaces, seed funding, mentoring, and training. So that's why I have said it initially, like what you say, it is like a one single window system. How the connection is with how the sand is protecting the child, like this, how the incubator protects the startup. Because when a person's startup is having an idea, he's getting incubated by an incubator. We provide the co-working, not only providing the co-working space, we teach them mentally, we teach them technically, we teach them technologically, and we provide about the various schemes about what is available. We mentor them, we connect them with the famous industrialists so that they can refine the program and they can prepare a better business propositions and better business plan, which will be useful for the majority of the population, and they can work upon the pain points, and we help them to file a patents and how they can go with the IPR issues and how they can commercialize the technology. And we also usually help the people to connect with the people in case of capacity building. We connect with the cohort to give a network capacity building trainings so that they can be as a better person before going for the demo day. That is we say once after finalizing the ideas, they usually pitch before the investors so that the investor can select the people for funding, select the startup for funding. So the business incubator is almost a protector created by the government of India to support all the startups and in every aspects. So it acts as a single window system. I said one-stop solution for all queries for startups. So there are 3 stages of incubation. One is pre-incubation, incubation, and accelerator. So this total duration is about 18 months. And under the pre-incubation, they submit an idea and it was evaluated, pitching, incubation, and they come out with the graduated stage. So within this, as due to the shortage of time, sir, I would like to take, because we have more number of slides, I would just say some of the things and what our area is doing in this particular sphere, and I will complete. And if there is any other opportunity again back, we will definitely have a talk for at least for half day or 1 day if you schedule a program. That will be more benefit for the people, for the larger community, particularly in Ajit Association, what you have taken. So I can come out with various schemes, what is available and supported by the government of India in an elaborative way. So that can be taken up. But finally, the key takeaways, what I want to say is the timing is very important, sir. And the team also matters much. They should work on the real world problems by understanding the pain point. The speed of implementation is obviously very important, and it's having a good potential for scaling up. The startups who are coming with the good ideas has to create the niche market by themselves, and ultimately they should have their own USP. Without USP and creativity, the person cannot stand in the market where there are better players standing in the line. So our area, it's been like our technology business incubator is considered to be a platform for nurturing the innovative startups. We have been amply supported by 2012 by Agribusiness Incubator by ICR. 2014 we got supported from Department of Science and Technology. 2015 we got the seed funds. 2017 we got the Bioness supported by DBT, and 2018 we got the seed funds. 2019 we got connected with the NABARD fund, and 2020 we got the we have been one of the partners for the BIRAC institution. 21 we got MOAs with various institutions. So this is across going in, and right now we have about 103 startups working across the country, sir. We have been working pan-India, and almost we covered more than about 20 states who are right now we have been incubating under us. And we have various programs supported by DST, DBT, and we have NABARD. NABARD, we usually conduct a program for the growing students. Like this called as an Ignite competition, which we provide prizes for the top students, about 25,000 and 10,000 and 5,000 for the 3 winners. And we conduct a Krishi boot so that the people can come and join and they can incubate it from us. So we have a number of programs with us, and we recently launched the 6th August AgriUdan, that is a food and agri-business accelerator program. This is the first agri and food and agri-business accelerator program launched. AgriUdan was first initially launched by our NAM, sir, during the year of 2015, and 2.0 was launched in 2017, and 2019 we launched 3.0. 21 we launched 4.0, and 5 right now our AgriUdan 5 is under the process. We have been inviting applications. We have went all over the country on conducting various road shows. We have already completed from Kolkata, Pune, and Bangalore. Right now, on 22nd of this month, we are going towards to Delhi. Application is on 25th is the last day for applying for the startups who are having a product and who are in the growth stage, who want to get more traction or more funds for their future. So this is in short, which I could say you, sir. And thanks a lot for all the learned dignitaries here for providing me an opportunity. I brought about 150 slides, sir. I cannot show because if I said, then maybe the thing is, I just brought it like if anyone asks anything, I can able to share many things. But I don't want to take more time because we have still 1 or 2 speakers we have again in the sequence. I thanks once again for giving an opportunity, sir. I should thank specifically to you the way nicely introduced. First time I have been seeing one of the very senior professional who explained about everyone. This is the first time in my whole career I'm seeing you that you have come and you started explaining about every person who is in the video in the tiles. I am very happy for it, sir, and we are very thankful for you actively engaged in getting this program. Thanks a lot for this, sir. And I hope that this program, this explanation will be definitely helpful for you. If anything you required, you can call us at any time. We are always available. You can go to the NAM website and you can open. We will find out all the personnel and everybody's mobile number also. It's been included given there and along with the email address. You can call us always anytime. We are always there to support everyone. Particularly, we are working for the stakeholders. Farmers are our important people. And as the learned dignitary, we will expect that you will also communicate to more number of people, and finally we'll get the desired results, what our country needs to be showcased in the development stage. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Vijay, Jagdish, with your permission, I'll just take half a minute. Dr. Vijay, thank you so much. You have been very passionate and professional in sharing your knowledge and clarifying a lot of issues that we, the babies in the domain of entrepreneurship and also startup, needed to. I know that you have so much to share with us, and you have just given us the contours of the startup environment ecosystem and created that interest. I'm sure both young and old and elder Ajits would have found that there's so much to be know, to know and learn. What we will do, Dr. Vijay, is that, after today we'll consider this more as introductory initiation into the domain of ecosystem, domain of startup. And thereafter, we will certainly get back to you to go into tier 2 and tier 3 of the various dimensions of the ecosystem. That is very essential. And AEF, in fact, is taking this not just as a knowledge platform, but we really want to create some entrepreneurs. We would be very, very happy and we would pat our own back when we succeed in creating some entrepreneurs in the startup domain. So we'll certainly need your support, your guidance, your advice, your hand-holding. So you can take AIF as another incubation center itself, which will continuously want your support. So thank you very much, Dr. Vijay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Excellent presentation. And as one of your colleagues, I feel very proud that you did such an excellent job. And I'm sure that our Ajit fraternity and the Ajit families who have joined us here from across would have benefited so much, and they would have highly impressed or would be highly impressed with what you have said. Thank you so much, Vijay. So yeah, so Vijay, now Jagdish, you can take over, and then we can have the Q&A session, or you can have Q&A session later on, because we still have 2 more speakers to share their thoughts. Possibly you can have Q&A later on,
Sure,
you
sure.
can go ahead with the next session. Okay.
Yes. Yes. What an inspiring presentation, sir. Thank you, Dr. Vijay sir, for your amazing and insightful presentation on startup ecosystems and process of incubation in entrepreneurship. In fact, it was really a very thought-provoking and very insightful presentation. And I'm sure we all have been very much benefited with the insight that you have shared. Yes, definitely. Your presentation calls for 1 full day program with Ajit fraternity. And what I just could make out some of the points was you very well explained about the various government agencies, universities, VCs and startup incubation centers, etc., who have been helping entrepreneurs in the agri sector. And right from ideation, or I can say right from fence-sitting entrepreneurs to unicorn, as you truly mentioned, I think we have a lot of people who would actually be more keen on taking up this in the future course. And also, I would like to inform you that you mentioned about Atal Tinkering Lab, sir. Yes, we do have this Atal Tinkering Lab in Sainik School, Bijapur. And that's really a very insightful thing for the young minds. And I'm also happy to inform you that I've been closely working with the CAPEC, that is Karnataka State Agriculture Promotion Export Council, for implementation of the PMFME scheme for micro entrepreneurs. And yes, we do have a lot of Ajit entrepreneurs who would be willing to connect with you for your handholding and support. Thank you, sir. And to continue with the session, I would like to invite Dr. B. Ganesh Kumar, Principal Scientist, Agribusiness Management Division, to have his presentation on skill sets for entrepreneurship. Before his address, I would like to tell a few words about his academic credentials to this gathering. Dr. B. Ganesh Kumar is specialized in livestock economics, that is dairy economics. He studied MSc Dairy at NDRI Karnal and PhD from Tanvas, Chennai. He was a recipient of the ICAR Merit Scholarship in BVSc, MSc, and PhD. He began his career as scientist agriculture economist at CRI, Port Blair in 2001. He was one of the study team members which prepared the State Development Report of Andaman and Nicobar Islands for Planning Commission, Government of India. He joined as a senior scientist at NCAP, New Delhi in 2007, where he worked on the policy support research in the thematic areas of technology policy and market and trade. He later moved to PD ADMAS Bangalore in 2012 and worked on the economic impact of nationally important livestock and poultry diseases such as FMD and avian influenza. He joined the academy in the current position in 2013. He has published about 50 research papers in referred journals, besides 125 other publications. He was the 2 times recipient of ICAR Award for Outstanding Team Research in 2004 and 2010 in the disciplines of animal science and social sciences, respectively. He underwent advanced training in social science policy research in ICARDA, Syria. His areas of interest include impact assessment of agricultural policies, livestock and fish marketing systems, operations management, financial management, etc. Over to Dr. B. Ganesh Kumar, sir, for the presentation on the skill set for the entrepreneurship.
Thank you so much for the very nice introduction, and thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to talk to a very, very esteemed audiences, and special respect to Dr. Ashok Dalwai sir and the AEIF for having created such a different platform, having very senior colleagues, from different walks of life. In fact, we generally don't get such a kind of very diverse audience, having expertise and experience exposed in various kinds of, the area in our life. But then the topic, what we are discussing today is on a very, very burning topic, I would say. I think we all know that India being a very highly populous country, having more than half of the youth population, naturally, the government cannot give a kind of a job to everyone. That's a fact. And that's a very reason that Government of India is launching various kinds of opportunity, funds, and support system to create more and more of entrepreneurs. I think we all know that. I am not telling anything new. Instead of seeking job, they are trying to create a set of population who can provide jobs to millions. It's not an easy job, that also we know. Making an entrepreneur or entering into entrepreneurship in anyone's life is not so easy. It's a long journey, it's a tough journey, it's a painful journey, it's a very sincere and devoted journey. So I think it is in this respect, we are hearing these days lot many activities in the form of training, creating awareness. What Vijay was telling, like road shows, connecting various people who are interested in taking up a small business, and also connecting the people who are interested to invest in the business. There are people who are trying to promote and then bring the youth into the mainstream of the society by way of creating various kinds of, the business opportunity. That is, it is in that sense we are now trying to just, understand where are we and where are we proceeding and what are all the opportunities in front of us. Particularly with respect to agriculture, my colleague Dr. Vijay has told the current ecosystem, the efforts of various public agencies in handholding the people who are coming out with a bright idea which can be converted into a business proposition by means of incubation center, by means of various the funding assistance, mentorship. We hear that we provide initial mentorship for the early stages of startups. I think these are all the things we are witnessing. But having understood all these things, there are certain essential requirements for an entrepreneur. There are certain essential skill sets. That's what I've been asked to speak. There are certain essential skill sets which is required for any individual to be an entrepreneur. First of all, we all know and we keep hearing that risk taking is the number one trait a person should have before entering into business venture. As most of us, I think, probably are in public service, we have a secured livelihood, isn't it? So we have a secured work life, and our salary system and our income support mechanism is pretty secure. But if you just to see the life of an individual in the business world, especially in the early stages of business world, I think life is hell for them. It is not so easy to connect to the society. It is not easy to understand what the consumers want. It is in this respect, the agencies like us try to produce entrepreneurs in various forms. And of course, as told by our director and joint director in the beginning also, that we try to address various kinds of audience by expanding our mandates. We are meeting students, especially agri students, who are historically hesitant to take up any kind of the risk-taking proposition in business world, in agri-business, I would say. The most of the agri-business startups, we all know that it is handled, it is all, first of all, conceived, nurtured and taken forward by the graduates other than agriculture, the people who are other than agriculture. So in that sense, we have a dedicated program of creating awareness among the agri graduates who are more than 60,000-70,000 passing out every year, because students are generally from our rural background. You know, they don't know the nitty-gritty and the reality of the business world. So they are hesitant. So we try to create awareness, and we just try to handhold with the FPOs. We are equipping the skills of FPOs. We are equipping the requirement or the capacities of startup at the initial stages. Even we support the startups at their maturation stages by providing funding, by bringing the investors from across to the established startups after 4 or 5 years. And besides, we also teach faculty and researchers on the entrepreneurship prospects in the system. We all know historically we have a system of Krishi Vigyan Kendra who are directly connected to the farmers. They also help the farmers to get connected to the market. These are all the ecosystem we are working in. But very specifically, to improve the entrepreneurship skills, to make the people as entrepreneurs, you know, we take number of activities. Let me share a brief presentation. I won't take much time, maybe about 20 minutes or so. I would just say pointed skills as far as our experience goes, our experience with the startups and the entrepreneurs right now who are associated with the ICR NAM goes. You know, what are the skill sets, I would say. But to begin with, I think we know it's a process. Entrepreneurship is a process of identifying an opportunity or an idea and turning into a business venture. It's very simple. You observe society, you see what is a problem, and you just identify it as an opportunity and make it into a business proposition. You know, it's a skill. It's a skill to convert this idea into opportunity. Simple. And the person who does is entrepreneur. And the entrepreneur, what he does, his character is always looking for change. He looks for change and response to it. For example, we have seen a very big the disruption in our lifetime, I would say, in the form of COVID-19. You know, many people who could not sense the change, they have lost their livelihood, they have lost their business. I mean, they have gone out of the scene. But there are also a set of people we have seen in our own in front of our own eyes in the last 2 years, very specifically. They have seen the change, they have responded to it, they have converted into a big business. You know, it is the character of nature of an individual who can be called as an entrepreneur. You know, in this respect, number of activities we all do. Basically, if you talk of entrepreneurship development, I think this also you all know. This is what is done by the incubators, which are there in various institutions, various forms, various sizes in our country right now, starting from a small tinkering lab, adult tinkering lab in engineering colleges at the UG level, to innovation centers, adult incubation centers. Besides, we have a lot of incubators funded by our science and technology wing of the government. For example, DST has created a lot of incubators. Our own Ministry of Agriculture has created agri-business incubators. What we all do, we assist entrepreneurs in undergoing the process of entrepreneurship. We handhold them. We just motivate them, because the initial period, they undergo a period of uncertainty. We just keep motivating them, bringing all those required support from all corners, from technology, from finance, from markets, all those assistance we try to give. And we also try to improve their knowledge and then improve their skills. You know, all those things we give a space. We give a space even for the initial 3-4 months in our own incubator facility. We make available to some of the early startup, their requirements in the form of raw material. We tell them the source. This is where you get this raw material for your activity, for your production of your innovative product, for example. And we also connect them to various kind of infrastructure facilities available within our system. We provide them, for example, laboratory facility. We just connect them to the laboratory facility. Whoever comes to us, comes to our incubator in the form of a new startup, who may be any individual or group of individuals, or maybe a researcher, teacher, or any individual who shows interest, who just comes out with an idea in the agriculture field. We just connect them to the various infrastructure facilities available within the system. So ours is a huge, one of the largest agriculture research and education system we have in our country. We just connect them to various facilities within our system. We assist them to get the finance, maybe from the bank, or even we connect them to the various investors. We may be hearing angel investors, venture capitalists. There are high net worth individuals who have money, they want to invest, but then they want to know a very very potential the startup. We help them. We are in between. The incubators are in between the investors as well as the startup players. So we are doing that kind of entrepreneurship development assistance to the people who wants help. We also help them to prepare the proposals or the documentation to be submitted to the financial agencies to get the loan, for example. We tell them that these are the schemes available presently who can provide various forms of assistance. Different agencies give different level of funding. For example, DST, I think Vijay might have told, I think DST gives 10 lakhs under Nidhi Prayas. BIRAC, DBT, through its BIRAC program, it gives up to 50 lakhs. One of the very wonderful financial assistance DBT through BIRAC is giving. 50 lakhs for 18 months duration of your business ideas to get it translated into a tangible product or a prototype. So those kind of things were not available earlier. Now we give financial assistance. We go to even bank, so they charge interest. But incubators assist the startup people or those who are trying to be an entrepreneur. So they can get financial assistance. In fact, it is a grant from the government sources. You need to come through the process of applying, getting it screened, getting it evaluated, and then finally they can get the finance for their job, for their mission. These are all the things we do. Even we help them in understanding various the laws, norms, regulatory processes, in establishing and creating an infrastructure in a particular location. We just tell them the rules and regulations and even legal assistance. So these are all the things is a part of entrepreneurship development. See, till recently, entrepreneurship development means just exposing them to a training program. No, it is beyond. We have gone beyond. I think every one of us understand that entrepreneurship is something very big. It's not easy to be put into a small basket. So all these things are component of entrepreneurship development. And the entrepreneurship development also happens at various stages. I can say it happens at the 3 stages. The initial stage is stimulatory phase, in which we are all presently in. I believe all our the most of the audiences attending this the half-day module on this topic, we are all trying to understand what is all about the ecosystem, what is all about the entrepreneurship requirements, what is there in the startup world. So we call it a stimulatory phase, basically to generate interest and awareness among the potential entrepreneurs. There may be some of the potential entrepreneurs who are just listening to my talk right now. So we are basically in this stimulatory phase in the form of discussion, dialogues, interaction, having an half a day, the discussion on this topic. Basically, we are in stimulatory phase. Once an entrepreneur gets a stimulus, he needs lots of support. He goes to the next phase, that is support phase. That's what Dr. Vijay Avinash Lingam was telling. Lots of support ecosystem which is there at present in our country. He has given certain specific things of the Indian agriculture system, NAM, in the form of our technology business incubator called AIDEA. We are providing this support assistance to those entrepreneurs. It includes mentoring, incubating, financing, advising, all those things, bringing all those mentorship mentors from across the country. We have a huge set of mentors. In fact, for example, NAM, the technology business incubator, is entering into MOU with various organizations. We are having a formal MOUs with various ICR institutions, our own institutions. And we are also signing MOUs with other associated organizations. We are having MOUs with the NABARD. We are having association with the NAFED. We are having association with the ASCII. We are having associations with the NCDEX. Beyond the formal MOUs with all our ICR institutions who are basically developing technologies, because the technology developers are on one. The people who are showing the business interest on the other side, they need various forms of support from these technology mentors, technology developers. So NAM provides a platform. Basically, it's not only NAM, every incubator, technology business incubator provides or is supposed to provide that kind of mentoring, incubating, and all those support they have to give. So this is the second phase. And we are supporting at various stages. We are supporting at the early stages of the entrepreneurs. We are supporting, their next level. We call it acceleration. So we give that kind of support by bringing investors and all those people. I told you just a while ago. So this is support phase. Once after everything is done, maybe after 5 years of initial journey, every business wants to sustain. Every business wants to sustain in the form of increasing the business, first maintaining the business, increasing their scale. Even they want to scale up their business, and they want to diversify their business also. Initially, they may start with a particular product. They would like to, after 5-6 years of sustenance and growth, they would like to diversify. This is how the entrepreneurship journey goes. I think this is how any business establishment also goes. We are talking here about the entrepreneurship, especially the field of agriculture. This is how it goes. Normally, it takes 4 to 5 years to sustain, and then they will grow beyond. So these are all the phases of entrepreneurship, we can say. But there are challenges. That's why we try to discuss among ourselves. We try to listen to the experts. We try to listen to those successful players in the business world. I think next to my talk, there is going to be a speech from a successful startup who are on roll with the NAM. These are all the challenges. There is a lack of continued motivation. Motivation is a missing factor. It's a big the constraint in entrepreneurship, because you tend to reach so many obstacles, tend to face so many obstacles in your business journey. So the lack of continued motivation is the big problem. Many are not having a formal education. It means they do not have the deep knowledge on the particular subject. Finance, the constraints in getting the finance, maybe rent, the interest free or the finance from institutional sources, finance from non-institutional sources, personal sources. So there is always a challenge. Getting money is always a problem. But on one side, money is there, but there are ways and means to reach those finance. So the lack of availability of finance, technical knowledge, I told you, managerial skill. Not everyone can become a manager. They may see a person may conceive an idea. He may also be convinced about the business potential of his idea, but he may lack managerial skills. For example, the best examples are our FPOs. They are excellent producers. They also even come together for a common cause to aggregate their produce and take it to the market, but they may lack managerial skills. So there are mechanisms to convert FPOs into FPCs. We all know, you can hire professional managers and then manage your business. for which government is also providing the funding support for initial period. So the managerial skills is not the cup of everybody's. I mean, the skill. That is a big challenge for some of the entrepreneurs. Of course, availability of resources and infrastructure is also a constraint at various stages of business cycle. So one needs to have the continued access to resources or needed infrastructure. Many of the people do not know what are the entrepreneur schemes available. I think Vijay has made a list of the schemes which are available right now. That keeps changing, that keeps evolving. You need to be abreast of all those the entrepreneurship schemes of various the government agencies. Of course, regulatory framework. It's also a specialized job. Many people may just they start the business, but they end up facing a lot of difficulty because of various regulatory frameworks which are there, which are emerging. In the very, very dynamic world of the global geopolitical situation. If you want to do certain things domestic, there are certain rules and regulations. If you want to do interstate, there are certain provisions. If you want to do an export business, altogether there are different kind of the regulatory framework which are there for I mean, entering into a very advanced market or nearer market. Everywhere there are certain the frameworks which needs to be understood. That's also a challenge for any entrepreneur who wants to do certain specialized business. Of course, market linkages. See, we may increase production, but ultimately, unless otherwise, if it doesn't find market, the farmers or the producers may not get the enough price. And we also face this situation regularly in our agricultural sector too. Market linkages is the key. You need to know what the consumers, what is the price, demand, and all those things. So these are all the challenges ever for the entrepreneurship development process. Coming specifically, I would say some 10 skill sets only. I would say that there are 10 skills which are required for anybody to enter into a kind of entrepreneurship world. The first and foremost, I would say, ability to raise money. You need to understand where the money is available, how to convince them about your business proposition, how to convince them about the prospects of your idea, getting into a very, very potential business so that they will give you money. It's a very generic statement I'm making. Ability to raise money is the first and foremost skill one needs to acquire. Whether you want to bootstrap, that is, whether you want to put your own savings in the beginning, or whether you want to collect money from your family and friends, or you want to straight away try to get the loan from the financial institutions, or you want to get grant from any of the incubators who operates the various funds received from different government ministries. The ability to raise money is the first and foremost important skill, I would say, to for an entrepreneur in the present world. Money is available from various sources, but how to get it? So the ability to raise money is number one skill. Number two, once you get the money, how will you manage the money? The ability to manage money. If you cannot manage money in any business, you cannot do a better business. You want to know, you should have a track of from where you are getting money, on which aspects you are spending every month. A clear-cut plan of financial management is very much required. If you don't have answer for these questions, then certainly you will be, you'll be failing. You will not be able to take forward. So the ability to manage money is an important technical skill, I would say, for an entrepreneur to be in the business. Then, of course, ability to be productive. It's a very generic skill again, I would say. you need to be you need to be very, very productive of your time. You cannot be waiting for the things to happen on its own, because life is a race, business is a race. There are better players who are running faster than in your own area. You should always think that your competitors are better than you, so that you would be always productive, rather more productive than your competitors. You should know, what is your peak energy time, for example. What is your routine when you are so peak? So accordingly, you just make your effort so that you become productive and you are ready to pitch in the market. In the same way, I would say the next skill is one should know what is one's strength and weakness. Where you are strong, where you are weak, you must know. Wherever you are strong, you don't need any assistance. You can still improve. You can work on your strength. Wherever you are weak, you get the assistance. You team up with the people where he is strong and you are weak. For example, it is very much seen or understood by all of us that I think my director or Jan director told in the beginning that most of the agri startups are operated by the engineers, non-agriculture people. They are in fact weak in the science on agriculture, the science on the technology in which he is trying to work. He may be trying to come out with a strip which can detect the adulteration in the milk, for example. He may be a mechanical engineer, an IIT graduate specialized in any streams of engineering. But since he is trying to do a business, for example, in dairy science, he may require a dairy microbiologist, for example, or a dairy chemist, for example. So in that sense, he needs an assistant. Similarly, an engineer, once again, who may be interested or who may be pursuing the idea of developing a drone to detect the plant health, pest and diseases status. Obviously, he needs an assistance from a crop science expert, depending on the crop in which the engineer tries to develop a drone for monitoring the plant health. He needs a help. So he needs a team player from the field of, let's say, the crop science, who may be specialized in the plant pathology. So like that, you should know your strength and weakness, and the weakness can be, compensated by teaming up with the concerned person, with the concerned expert. That's an important skill to form a team. Most of the startups you see, it is not, maybe the idea might have come from one individual or two individuals or two friends, for example, but then they used to maintain a core team so that they look after the various domains of the complete the business idea. The next important skill, the ability to deal with failure. We all know no business venture is a kind of a straightforward success in its own sense. There are number of hurdles, bumpy roads he has to travel. So it is not an easy journey. Every successful person of today's world, if you read their story, autobiography, or their success story, you would have seen, it is very common to see that they have encountered number of failures before tasting the success. But failure is not the end. One should understand that it is not the end. It is just a starting point. So the ability to deal with the failure is one major skill any entrepreneur, anybody who wants to do a business has to have, because he needs to see the ground reality. See, we may talk sitting here about to start a business or ways to start a business, but unless otherwise you go to the ground or market and understand how the things are happening by oneself, by ourselves, we cannot confidently make a move. So in this encounter, you may see several kind of failures. The person may encounter several failures. So one has to have an ability to deal with the failure. Same way. So he will be undergoing a lot of stress. If you allow the stress to go inside, and then you'll be frustrated, and you should not be upset. One needs to be very, very perseverant. One needs to be very, very highly resilient to all those kind of stress. So stress management, the ability to relieve the stress, you should know how to, manage the stress. A little amount of stress is required to drive us continuously, but then it should be understood that the stress level should be the level at which we should be able to manage it. Some amount of stress is always good to push us further, but too much stress will make us highly frustrated. We may be dejected. We may close the business and go. So the ability to relieve stress is an important skill, I would say. Having done all those self-analysis and readiness, the next important skill would be to hire effective team players. Right people has to be employed. You see any startup in the beginning time, they'll be very careful in recruiting a people into their team. This we are seeing in the startups who are doing the business in the initial 3 to 4, 5 years. We ourselves are seeing. Some of the startups are also recruiters for our MBA students, but they are very careful in taking those kind of the people. It's not an easy. It's not an easy. I make a pardon. I have that call. So the ability to hire effective people is another important skill. Established company, which are a big business houses, they just even take risk in hiring people, and once finding that they are not so effective in contributing to the organizational growth, they may even say thanks after some time. But for the startup, for the young entrepreneur, for the person who is entering into the business very new, one should be very, very careful in selecting very effective people who can contribute to your success. The ability to hire effective people is very, very important skill, I would say. The next, the skill which are very much required in the present day context is the ability to connect via networking, social networking, I can say. In present day business world, social networks, social media are the key part. Several people, they just tries to analyze the market through social networks, even social media networks, I can say. So there are various the platforms available, through which you can showcase your idea. You can tell your product so that you will see how many people are supporting, how many people are following. You can understand the market behavior. That is an important skill in the present day context. And finally, I need not say this as a skill. It is a essential component of any business person, leave alone entrepreneur. The ability to focus on your customer. You have to pitch your product. You have to pitch your idea. You have to pitch your services, focusing on the actual customer need. What kind of customer you are going to deal with? Does he need a door delivery of the product? Does he need a cleaned, processed food items to be made available? So all those things have to be very, very an essential part of an entrepreneur. One should see what is the need of your customer. Accordingly, you have to refine your business or construct your business. If you don't know, what their needs are, you have to do research. You have to do market research. You have to understand. If you know just by your observation, it's fine. Otherwise, you need to go and conduct a kind of a formal study in the form of market research, so that you understand the customer's need. Then you devise your business. Whether your farmer need, organic milk or A2 milk, I would say. So accordingly, you have to plan your sourcing of raw material, and you have to target the customers. Suppose your customers need, for example, I told you, very processed meat, processed cut meat with branding. Then you devise your business. A lot of I would say in the meat sector, so many the e-commerce platforms are coming. Starting from Licious, First Home, Tender Cuts. There are so many in our cities and towns. Tier 1, Tier 2 cities, they are coming up in a big manner. People want a very hygienic, cut, chilled, packed meat at your doorstep on a day. Through mobile, you order and they deliver. How it is all possible? They might have done all those market research much before entering into the business, and they are growing. So the ability to focus on your customers is the key for any entrepreneur. I'm just telling few examples. It applies invariably for all those people. And also the skill also to be on spotting the changes in the society. You have to always look for the new trends, because business moves fast, So every day you see newer product, newer innovations happening in the industry. So you should know what are the changes happening in the market. So the ability to spot new trends is important. You need to be up to date. Then only you can survive in the industry, because there are so many similar players who would enter, and they would be using, a lot of advanced technologies. You should be able to spot new trends. So the intelligence, I can say, the market intelligence is also a key. Apart from market research, market intelligence is also the key. You should keep seeing how the society changes. So these are all the top 10 skills I thought I would share in this. Finally, you should have a zeal or a desire to improve your world. Ultimately, your cause should be noble, to make a change in the society, to change in the world. It is not only the making of money. You should have a desire to make a change in the society. So if you have the noble cause, I think you are bound to see the success in the business world. The similar kind of skills were also told by big business houses, like there is a big think tank group on promoting the business, idea to value. So they say that there are 7 essential skills, almost similar kind of things I also told. You should have a goal, that is ambition, willingness to learn, ability to listen, creative. You should be creative. I think this was also told by Vijay too. Unless otherwise you are creative, you will lose the business. And you should be very assertive and confident. You should be able to face the failure and obstacles. I told you perseverance, so that's also mentioned by them. And you should be, of course, risk taking. In some of the domains, you should always be able to take the risk. So these are all the various sets of skills, I would say. And I would end up with a few inspiring quotes on the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur is not the one who owns the business. It's someone who makes things happen. It is not simply the ownership. He sees the things happening. So these are all the quotes. 10 years from now, make sure you can say what you chose your life, you didn't settle for it. So see, we have all settled in whatever we got. Some of us, of course, had a goal and then we achieved, we are living our goal. But most of us, we settled for whatever we got. But, businessman should not, he will not have this kind of attitude. If one has to be a successful entrepreneur, ultimately a businessman, he should say that, yes, I chose my life. The most dangerous thing you can do in life is play it safe. If you play it safe, you can never be a kind of entrepreneur or business. It is always a risk-taking person. Chase the vision, not the money. The money will end up following you. I think it's very clear. If you chase a vision persistently, I think money will come. Everyone can tell you the risk, but an entrepreneur can see the reward. Everyone, see, always we say that don't do that. If somebody comes, we tend in the aim of alerting him, we used to be very pessimistic. See, our friends, whenever we take any kind of newer thing, our near and dear will come and say, no, it is very risky. But an entrepreneur will see the reward, the ultimate benefit in the business. See, you can either act on ideas or set them free, but you don't dwell on ideas. If you have an idea, you just act on it. Don't simply keep it. So this is another kind of thing. The road to success is always under construction. It is never ending journey. Its road to success is unending. It is actually, it is infinite. It is always under construction. You learn, you keep correcting, and you keep moving on. I think every businessman, every entrepreneur does it. The best way to predict the future is to create it. You create the future instead of predicting the future. So it's a wonderful quote given. If you are not a risk taker, you should get out of the business. If you're not taking risk, you are not a fit person for business. To some extent, being an entrepreneur is a lonely journey. This is what I was also telling some time ago. At many places you feel lonely. There won't be anybody who may be supporting your ideas. An entrepreneur should be able to have a courage and then walk alone in the beginning. If you cannot stop thinking, don't stop working. So these are the things. An entrepreneur always searches for change, responds to it, and exploits it. I think Peter Drucker, marketing guru, has told this thing. Entrepreneur is the one who sees challenge, he sees the change as an opportunity and to make it business. To know what life is worth, you have to risk it once in a while. So you see, life is very interesting if you don't take, if it is not interesting, if you don't take any amount of risk in anybody's life. It's a general thing everybody knows. If plan A did not work, the alphabet has 24, 25 more letters. You always keep plan A, plan B, plan C. It is exactly like that. If one plan is not working, I think there are alternate plans. So stay cool and then be patient. And this is what told by Vijay too. I am ending with this. The entrepreneur is living. It is just living a few years of your life like most people won't, so that you can spend the rest of your life like most people cannot. Such a wonderful thing. It is just sacrificing comfort in the early part of your life so that you lead a life which no other can live. So it is just like that. It's not an easy thing to do, but then there are so many things one needs to understand. It is not a very I can say that it's not a science. You can say you cannot do it methodically based on certain set procedures and algorithm to be an entrepreneur. You need many characters and skills ultimately to become a successful entrepreneur. So with this, I thank the opportunity given. I hope I try to just speak my mind on this topic. So thank you so much, Jagdish ji.
Jagdish.
Sir.
Jagdish, I think here also maybe do we want, now we are at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes.
12:50. So we can have Q&A, I think, at the end of it, right? After the next session.
Yes, sir. Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just as an interlude, I wanted to tell Dr. Ganesh,
sir,
that Ganesh, you are like a typically handsome South Indian film actor.
Yes.
So nice to see you, and share with us, the next stage of startups, that how we transit from startups to entrepreneurship, entrepreneur. So you have given us the issues relating to the challenges, the traits and the characters, and what do we need to do. And the number of beautiful sayings of various gurus that you shared are highly inspiring. I think they, in a few pithy sentences, they communicate so much of powerful thoughts, which will run into pages. That's the beauty of these great thinkers and doers. Thank you so much. I think there is so much of sync that we are seeing between what Dr. Vijay said and what you have said. So there is a flow. So I'm sure that our participants would have moved to the next stage with you. Okay, so thank you so much. We'll come to the Q&A later on, I think. So Jagdish, you can move on to the next.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks once again to Dr. B. Ganesh Kumar, sir, for your wonderful presentation on skill sets for entrepreneurship. In fact, the presentation was full of anecdotes and quotes and many practical guidance that actually you shared with us on becoming an entrepreneur. Of course, we have a lot of definition for an entrepreneur. Probably if we try to touch upon each one of them, it would be like trying to explain, blind man trying to explain the elephant. But yes, the key takeaway is something like, what you said was to have that courage and conviction to take the idea forward and just get it done. And as we have known, like I think most of the ideas and things are always there in the graveyard, as mentioned by Todd Henry in his Die Empty book. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful presentation. And now I would like to invite one of the successful startup supported by IDEA ICER NAM in agriculture, Mr. Sandeep Thata, founder and CEO of Agrinix Private Limited, to share his journey towards establishing a successful enterprise. But before his address, I would like to tell a few words about his academic credentials to this gathering. He completed BA from Delhi University, a gold medalist, and did masters from Cambridge University, again a gold medalist. Worked with the UK government as a bureaucrat in environmental policy. Started Organics in February 2021 to create a trusted platform for organic and natural brands in India. Now, over to Mr. Sandeep Thata, sir, to share his journey towards establishing a successful enterprise with the help of NAM Hyderabad.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm completely honored to be as a participant in this gathering, and thank you so much, Vijay sir, for the invitation. So yes, and thank you so much for such a warm introduction. And yeah, so did work as a bureaucrat in the UK.
Sandeep, I am just interrupting you. This Dr. Ashok Dalwai sir is the National Rainfed Authority's managing director. He's the IAS, and rest of the other officials are very highly dignitary and decorated people in this Ajit forum. And he's one of the alumni, so he has been acting proactively in organizing this program. So this is the information for you. You would have joined later. That's the thing. I just said thank you.
Yes, sir, absolutely. That's why I'm completely honored.
Thank you, Sandeep. Sandeep, thank you. So you are also one of our civil servants and convert into entrepreneurs. Thank you. We envy you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mrs. Sandeep, looks like you're muted.
Yeah.
Please unmute and speak.
Unmute. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir. So yeah, I'm absolutely honored. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm here to speak some realities of entrepreneurship, I would say. Yeah. So basically, when I was working as a bureaucrat in the UK, I did a lot of environmental policy, and I could able to see a lot of change in the organic and natural farming in the European Union, basically. And there are so many brands out there, and customers have amazing spectrum of choices. And when I used to visit India, customers don't really have much of a choice, and they don't know where to buy these products also, the organic and natural products. So I used to, I came back India and wanted to start an organic brand initially. And when we were doing our market research, we could able to find out that there are more than 300 organic and natural brands in the country. And then we started interacting with them. They said they can't sell really well on the existing online marketplaces like Amazon and Flipkart, because they can't really differentiate much. And when it comes to offline, they have to pay 50-60 lakhs upfront just to keep the products on the shelves. So they're not making much of a sale. Even if they make sale, they're not making much of a money out of it. That's the seller side of it. And when we interacted with the customers who buy organic and natural products, they said they don't know where to buy them because it's so confusing and there are so many quality and trust concerns. And that's how we could able to identify there is a strong alternative retail channel for organic and natural brands. And we started this platform called Organicness. And we launched it in February 2021. And so far, within 1.5 years, we could able to acquire more than 30,000 customers, did more than 2 crores of business, became one of the fastest growing marketplace for organic and natural brands in the country. And overall, as a marketplace, we got recognition from quite established media as well. But having said that, we started reflecting on our business model and the space that we are in. And we could able to draw two key basic conclusions. One is that we are not really impacting the farmer's life directly. We are only contributing to the brand's bottom line. And the second is, once we analyze the supply chain from the retail where we are at to the production, we can't really find farmer as a we can't really find farmer playing a significant role in the entire value supply chain. So with this, we thought, why can't we venture into B2B and kind of make some difference in the farmer's life who are producing organic and natural products? And that's how we started interacting with organic FPOs across the country. And we could able to realize that they are facing certain very typical and very to the industry problems. One is they don't have much of a scope beyond the traders and exporters market linkage. They don't have much of a scope beyond that. And second is the premium pricing is not guaranteed. Even though the brands are selling organic products for double the price, the farmer really not making much compared to the conventional farming. And third is there's a huge problem in certification. There's so much confusion, so much paperwork, documentation, red tape, and they don't know how to get it, right? So that's the farmer problems we could able to understand. And we wanted to see what buyers, especially international and big domestic players, think about procuring organic and natural products. And they started saying they raised so many concerns on quality and transparency of Indian organic products. And some of the international brands that we have got in touch with said that they completely avoid procuring the products from India because of the same quality and transparency issues. And we could able to clearly see that the entire supply chain for organic and natural products is very, very unorganized and very, very informal, and farmer is the one who is bearing the most of the cost. And that's how, and we decided to change it. And we decided to change it with the most recent and disruptive technologies that are available. And that's where AIDEA and NAM came in. So we have applied for the Krishi Boot incubation program at AIDEA NAM, and they onboarded us. Fortunately, we could able to come in to the program in February this year. And then they started providing us 4 key important aspects. The first and foremost is the expertise, the agri expertise. The first and foremost thing is that we need to have a much in-depth on-field experience to solve supply chain problems. And we don't have that in our team. So that's what NAM scientists, we interact with Vijay sir, with Senthil sir, with Satyendra sir on day-to-day basis. So they give that expertise that they have gathered over the years through the research. And second is they make it really easy for us to contact FPOs and farmer producer organizations and farmer producer cooperatives, and also officials of NABARD, the government agencies which are related to organic field like NCOAF and APIDA. These connections are really hard to get for a startup, right? Once we get in touch with them, there is a whole administrative process to schedule a call, to get to meet an official, right? But NAM and AIDEA especially making these meetings really easy for us through their immersion programs, through their live technical sessions, through their mentorship programs. So this is the second advantage we are getting from them. And third, the most important is we get mentoring sessions. So recently I had a call with Mr. Ramanjnelu from Center for Sustainable Agriculture. I met officials from NCOAF, various agriculture universities across the country. I have mentoring sessions with them. So this is amazing value addition. This really shapes our perspective on how we think about agriculture and how we could solve the supply chain problems that we have. And the fourth is obviously the incubation services. They provide us the space for us to work. We can have our entire team at one place. They really guide us on government grants and government scheme, which is again really, really valuable for us. I just had a meeting with 15 FPOs based out of Northeast through AIDEA NAM connected us with the research center at Northeast region. And again, these kind of meetings and this kind of connections wouldn't have been absolutely not possible if it isn't for NAM or AIDEA. So this is an amazing value addition they create for us. And now we are using blockchain and cloud computing technology to make the organic and natural product supply chain very transparent. and also reliable. And we are giving quality assurance for the buyers, and we are guaranteeing the certification assistance and the premium pricing for the farmers as well. So now we are in a very good state, and we have launched our MVP, and we have already onboarded several domestic and international buyers, and we are looking to scale rapidly now. And the total handholding has been done by AIDEA and the team, an amazing team that is located at AIDEA. And thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just a second. Thank you so much, Mr. Sandeep Thata. It's surprising to see such a young entrepreneur who has been doing the business very successfully under the guidance of NAM. Now the presentations are complete, and the floor is open for discussion. If any participant wants to ask any questions, please kindly ask one by one. I have a couple of questions who are actually being shooted out. So I think I will start taking the questions from the questions that have already come in the group. The first question is from Ajit Sandeep. His question is, we have seen a lot of startups in output side trying to solve many parts of agri value chain. As the desertification of fallow agricultural lands is happening at a very fast pace, what's the scope for startups to come up in addressing land degradation, collectivizing inputs and bringing in soil carbon credits?
Yeah. Can I say answer for this, Jagdishji? Yeah. The thing is, actually, right now I could say you, there was a yesterday, sir, I could say this in front of you, sir. We are conducting a competition of Sankalp for the ABM students at our NAM premises. Yesterday and today, we have seen more than about 9,000, 12,000 active participation, and we shortlisted, and very big business program is going now. And yesterday there was a team from Hyderabad, and they came with Manage. They are from Manage ABM program. And there was a team who were presenting about the carbon sequestration. And I said that he was working about various social impact activities. I just asked the question that because when you see about 7% of the energy, it's been for the whole world global forum, it's been from energy industries, and 8% is from the cement industries for the world world global carbon transmission. But in another one side, we could find in Hyderabad, the infrastructure establishment is growing at 200%. So to whom we could able to correlate this? So how we are going to connect this? And second one, sir, observe, I can say you, we conducted a program under the name of Ignite, that is the igniting the young minds to come into the picture. Mr. Riddhish Soni, who is from IIT Roorkee, he came with a innovative mechanism on when he's doing his college studies, and he presented the thing how you can identify the place where the water availability. Normally, what we do is we don't have I have come from a farming background from Tamil Nadu. And I have wasted more than 1 lakh. My father usually spent the money and he couldn't get the water. But he came out with a mechanism from IIT Roorkee and the building engineering, the traceability of the water availability inside the ground. And it was a path awakening, and it was path broking and the things. And this time he got a prize from recognized from the government of India and the Honorable Prime Minister. So this guy, we encouraged when he was being a student under the Ignite competition, and he was the winner of topmost prize with 25,000 we paid 1 year back. And he came out with a startup this year, and this won the award. It's really a big things for us that, and we encourage the same sort of like carbon sequestration as well as working towards the net zero and working towards CCUS like carbon capture and utilization and storing mechanisms to reduce the minimal cost and bring the transformation in the industry. And it is when you have number of opportunities, but this has been taken up as a corporate social governance. But still, we work with the people to refine the idea. There is no need to take under the research and developments, but they can make it as a small parts so that how they can reduce the global emissions. Because I would just say here, one of the biggest example of Amazon. Like Amazon delivery, we could see them as a very big grown-up company, but they have been doing under the departmentalization. There is a startup named as Thrasio, who has been one of the very big contributor for the Amazon. They give the work and they delegate the work to these small startups. This Thrasio have reached to almost to the unicorn status. They themselves as almost $1 billion companies who are working under the umbrella of Amazon. So it is not like we need to always to become a big companies. They delegate the work to small startups, and these people cater the need for the ultimate big companies. So like this, we need to, in case of carbon sequestration and this green emissions, we need to work upon taking a small objectives and work upon and come out finally with the things that how we can go for the global carbon dioxide emission footprint reduction. This is the only way we can do it, sir. We always support the people who work on this.
Thank you, sir. That's wonderful. Now I have one question from Ajit Harsha. The question is that, are these government funds vested into stakeholders of the startup, or will the government entities also be one of the stakeholders?
Obviously, a government entity cannot become a stakeholder, possibly because we encourage the people who are in the government should not be like a startup as well as working in the government. We ask the people, they can be as a mentor or advisor to the people. They can be as an individual entity, they can be a founder, they can be one or two, or they can have more number of people can be oriented. But still, we suggest the people that work upon with your own idea and the concept and take up the things in a better way. The startups or the individual entity, they can form towards forming a company, or they can have a limited liability partnership or registered partnership firm. Possibly the government employees should not be as a startup and start a company, but we encourage and support the people to take up their ideas. So that would be a more better way to bring out. Yes.
But Vijay, not as an individual government employee can be a kind of stakeholder in any business venture, but in the form of incubator, through incubator, we can also be an investor. We can invest some money, be a stakeholder after a startup has progressed to the next stage. See, incubator normally, any individual will not, any investor will not invest immediately, but they will wait for the success of an entrepreneur or a startup after some years, which will be, of course, endorsed or authenticated by an incubator, which is attached to a government agency. So in that cases, incubators are also becoming investors. See, for example, I think AID also invested some amount in one of the successful startup few years ago, and even we got the dividend later. I think we invested 15 lakh, we got back 50 lakh in 3 years' time. So like that, we can invest in the form of institution, but not as an individual.
I would suggest another one thing here, like DST and DBT looks on the government agencies for funding it, because they don't directly go for funding, because they have the autonomous, like they say that the incubators will do all the due diligence process, so that if they suggest some startups, the root fund, the fund, it comes through the incubators supported by the DST and DBT. That is the way that we does it.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. I think it is on the similar lines of autonomous bodies like IIMs and things like that, where I think IMB has the NSR cell, and especially they too have agriculture vertical as well. Yes. I think, if I'm not wrong, they too take some stake, and but they thoroughly handhold, incubate the entrepreneurs right from ideation, everything, and that's how the process works. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, moving on to the next question. Next question is from Ajit Prashant. Yeah, I'll just read out what he has said.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I am Prashant Hiramat. I have been running a startup called House Meal, a platform for home-based chefs, based out of Pune currently, and looking to scale up across all metros and tier 2, tier 3 cities. My question is, will the support and assistance continue from incubation phase, or can it also happen at later stages? That is, if someone has already working product with transactions, can they also get assistance and help? And does the government have a scheme for such startups? That's first question, sir. And he also has a second question. I think I will read out that also. Are there domain-specific support or schemes under which domain, that is e-commerce, comes?
Yeah, Jagdish, I would again, I would just ask the same first question to repeat it because
Sure.
it's been a very big this one. I couldn't. There is some network break also in between. Could you please repeat the question again?
Sure, sir. Sir, this question is from Ajit Prashant. He actually runs a startup called House Meals, which is on a e-platform base. So his question is, will the support and assistance continue from incubation phase? Because as I said, you basically have an incubation center. And is the support from the incubation center, or is it also applicable for the people who have already started and they are on to some, maybe at a traction level or something like that? So that's what his question is.
You see here now. I could I could clarify it. We encourage the people to come as an incubator, like the startup and incubator association I have defined you earlier.
Yeah.
The question is like somebody wants to come as an incubator. We encourage that, and if they are being more prominent and promising, we would try to give provide through various schemes funds, as well as we would if they have a product and it's in the growth stage, we invest in seed funds. Second one, if a person is having same like having a product, or if they need to raise investments, we are having a simultaneous program called as accelerator program. We encourage the people to apply for our program. That is the one which we does under the umbrella of Agri Udan. What we does is we call the people. We first ask them to apply for the Agri Udan program. After application of Agri Udan, we shortlist the best one, and we take the people towards on a particular platform. We usually mentor them. We work in a cohort networking between the people, and we refine them with the industrialist. We ask them to refine their idea with the IPR patents and norms, and we provide co-working spaces. And finally, we will refine them in a better platform, how they can pitch before the investors. And we arrange a meeting before the investors can able to, on a same platform, that's a demo day, that we conducted for this previous Agri Udan 4 on the month of May. On a big platform, so that all the investors, we invited about 25 to 30 investors across the country, including the Indian angel networks and venture capitalists and angel investors. They can have a look on the product and they can invest directly. So that is a separate platform, but whereas the incubating platform, as an incubator, we can invest on them if there has been prominent. And we like the same, like in Agri Udan 1, we have shortlisted 8 startups. In Agri Udan 2, we shortlisted 10, Agri Udan 3 shortlisted 10, Agri Udan 4 shortlisted 10. So these people, somehow if in this any of the startup couldn't get the investment, what we does is we found that it's been a prominent, we invest according to the fund, what we got it, like from NABARD Catalytic Fund, we have the DST fund, DBT seed funds. We invest on the startups who couldn't get. But luckily, what the thing is, on the latest Agri Udan 4, we were having about 10 startups. Every startups have been liked by more than 10 or 12 investors. So they, on the meeting itself, they pitch for about 4 or 5 minutes, and they found that particular platform has been promising. They immediately they will have a tie-up, and the investor will connect with that particular startup. We provide the facilitation or mediation aspects. So it is not like only the incubatee who comes under the incubator only has to get the fund. They can come directly also. We can arrange for the accelerator program, and it happens every year once. Now we are working towards working in a year twice also. We are just working out. And once if it's get implemented, probably in a year we will come twice also. So that is also possible. So it is not like only the incubator under the incubator only will get.
In fact, what
Hello.
Yeah, what we see in our accelerator program. Yeah, one thing I want to add.
Yeah, you can add
it. So in our accelerator program, what we are witnessing is the number of investors are more. Rather, the number of startups who are doing successful business are less in number comparatively. So it clearly means that finance is available. There are people who are high net worth individuals who are ready to invest, but they want some sort of some authentication. So the authentication of a particular startup, about a particular startup, telling to the investor that these people are doing good, is the responsibility of the incubator. Incubator can do that job. We know out of these 10 invited startup, we know their story better than even the investors. but we create a platform wherein those successful startup, they make their case better to the investor. So on the spot itself, the across the table discussion happens, agreement happens. So the investors come forward to invest in certain things. Basically, they want authentication, and then the incubator is providing that authentication. That's what Vijay was telling. So far, we have been conducting one accelerator program every year, but now seeing the success and overwhelming response, we are trying to do twice in a year. So that's an ecosystem in which we are operating now. So they can be rest assured, can be very confident. They can find a suitable investor if they are really doing a very, very potential and a promising business out of their ideas.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to add another one thing is like Agnext, I said now earlier in the big data. He is Mr. Taramjit Bamra from IIM Calcutta, and he came with an AI working on the grain identification work. So he came on 2016, and he was our first 2017 Agri-Wood on 2 sequence program. He came, and he was being supported by our AIDA fund, that is of 15 lakh we provided to him, and he returned back with 5x, that is 75 lakhs he returned in back to us. And I'm just saying that our motive is not to generate income. Basically, we get the money to support in other startups who are more promising. So that's why DST and DBT, they close their eyes and they give the fund for us, because the thing is, we are not in working towards for profit generation. We work for the security and social ambitions. Like we need to invest more in the startups so that they can generate. And you cannot expect always a green or a rosy picture everywhere, because one startup or 1 or 2 startups, sometimes the owner may be not in existence, or he may expire something. We have come across that sort of startup also. So we need to balance equally, and we need to provide the promising startups which is having the potential for upscaling or growing up, so that they can finally reach to the establishing stage. So this is also our objective. So we expect to get the angel investors, obviously, who come in the meeting, that they are the wealthy individuals, try to put their money into the business and getting back in 2x, 3x or 4x returns. So these are the way which we work in incubator and accelerator programs. Yeah. Yes.
Jagdish,
Yes, sir.
do you have any like specific questions for me? Like, other participants have any specific questions for me?
Yes, I do have one question. I think it's Sandeep, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Sandeep. I think the next question is to you only. The
Okay.
question is from our beloved Maltesh Jeevanav sir, and his question is, Dear Sandeep, what not to do to be successful? And
I think
she has one more question. Yeah, you can
Okay.
answer this. I'll go for the next question.
Yeah, I think the first and foremost thing is the focus should be on the value creation and also on the impact. So I would say, because entrepreneurship is very exhilarating. It's very distracting also, because you could be distracted by money, you could be distracted by fame, you could be distracted by funds. There are so many things that could distract you while you are running a company, but laser focus on the value creation, whether the value creation is for the customers or for the stakeholders that are in the company, or for the team or for yourself. The value creation has to be the main picture when you're running a company or when you're working on an idea, right from the ideation stage till the scaling. So that's one thing. And when we could able to successfully create that the value creation, then the impact is obviously seen across.
Yeah, thanks, Sandeep. I think the question is,
I would add one more, Mr. Jagdish. I would add one thing specifically here. Like you see, the startups, if they have the customer, there is no need for like initial stage, they come out with a product that's been liked by more number of customers. They don't want to worry about the investment. Investment come automatically.
Yeah.
Maybe the thing is, first, if you get an investor and you don't have a product, probably that won't stand in the line. So you should, the startup and the company always to think to work out an product or MVP that should solve the biggest problem for the pain point for the customers or the farmers or anybody wherever they work. So the investments automatically line up for you. That's the thing which I want to say here in this.
Yeah, absolutely true, sir. Just to add to your point, as I said, yeah, many people start with the MVP to just identify the acceptance of the product or services the entrepreneur comes into. And probably I think now with the evolution of things, now people say that, I mean, most of the VCs, as I've seen, always advise that it's better to have a few number of customers who love your product or service than having more number of people who like your services or products. So yes, it's continuous and it keeps evolving. And coming back to Mr. Sandeep, the question again is very specific. You mentioned about what all has to be done to be a successful entrepreneur. Any specific things that you feel that should not be done to be successful?
Well, again, it's basically doing things that are right, that are beneficial for your business, and avoiding things that takes away a lot of time from your day-to-day tasks and makes you unproductive, right? So if I say there are so many tasks that could be automated when you start up a business, like founders really are in this dilemma where they have to do everything on their own, right from the legal act, right from the documentation to acquiring customers to running the marketing, all the divisions they want to take care by themselves. But it really drains the founder's energy, and also the level of productivity and the output is also decreased as you put more and more hours a day. So as founders, we have to be really careful what we have to do, what we absolutely needs our 100% attention, and what can be automated or even outsourced, right? If you hire a CA right from the beginning, they'll do all the financial work. They'll submit all the documents that are needed to be submitted. You focus on acquiring customers. You focus on understanding the market, right? So it is a maturity of what needs to be done and what you have to do with your own hands. I think that maturity comes with time. Obviously, when you start up, you always want, there is enthusiasm, right? There is that attractiveness of starting off our own, and it could quickly drain away if you don't handle it well. So having that clear maturity, that clear distinction between what you have to do and that requires 100% of your attention and what can be automated, I think that really solves most of the problems.
Absolutely, absolutely, put in, Mr. Sandeep. Yeah, I think having a clarity of thought, as I think Dr. Ganesh Kumar sir also explained in his presentation as to what needs to be, delegated to the other people. Is depending upon your strength, you execute it. If you are not good at it, it's always better to find the right person who's good at it and make him a partner and execute the things. And of course, there are a lot of other great insights which were actually shared by Dr. Vijay sir also regarding this. And now going on to the next question to you is again that we would like to know how is your journey from being a bureaucrat to entrepreneur?
Yeah, I mean, being a bureaucrat, probably Ashok sir might have known it very well, is that a lot of tasks, a lot of interactions, a lot of deals, a lot of discussions with the politicians. It is a whole different universe from being an entrepreneur, because as an entrepreneur, now you are starting from scratch. You don't have the luxury of making a call or writing an email and things are getting done for you, or you get the direct call, or you get the direct meeting with the person you want to do. So it's like you have to build your own team, you have to research on your own market. There are so many things that changes, from being a bureaucrat to being an entrepreneur. Bureaucrat life is very intense, and you are with the public, and there are so many perspectives that you need to take into account. But as an entrepreneur, it's you're working on your idea and trying to build your own company, right? So it's public governance and public policy to like running a private limited company. So it's two different worlds, two different universes, and the transition for me will happen quite quickly, because as I have resigned my job and came to India, I started up, right? So, and I'm like immensely grateful to my team members, to my co-founders who really helped me to smoothen the journey as much as possible. But you have to take the transition as quick as possible so that you could focus on building the business. And I have convinced myself for like good 6 to 8 months that how the transition should be. And yeah, it wasn't easy. It was intense, obviously, but again, it's what I've decided to do, and I have to take it whatever it comes in the way.
Yeah. Thank you, Sandeep. And we have next question from Ajit Mahesh Marshall, sir. His question is, just a second. I think a lot of questions are actually pouring in.
Yeah, it is right. I could see about some of the things like from Mr. Jagadish Nandi to is sole proprietorship allowed for startup registration, or it has to be one or partnership or LLP or private limited? Because in case of proprietorship, it depends upon you initially. You can be a sole, or you can have a registered partnership with the people, or you can have a limited liability partnership or one-person company. Now it's been more promising. So it depends on the way how you take up and which one will be better. Because if you have enough funds and you can be as a one-person company, or if you, but whereas previously there was a partnership was that down, now they have made a registered partnership. Partnership is not having any issues, but when you have a registered partnership, you have little you need to be a little bit more authenticative. So like it depends on you. Like if you have funds, you can be an individual, you can be a sole player in the market. Because well, anyway, this all has been created maybe with the limited liability, that the one who doesn't want to take more risk, but they are giving funds for you for the development. So it depends on way you take up the task. So there is nothing special about anything in this. Only it becomes connected with the funds. If you have more fund flow with you, you can take up anything. And like there are only 20% of non-agri students from rural areas go to higher education or jobs in cities. Whether what DOES is doing for empowering the such sort of students. I could say you here, because that's why we have created the sensitization program across the country to empower all the agriculture students. Government is providing these many schemes under the Startup India initiatives, and you have more than a list of 25-30 schemes by the Honorable Prime Minister, and specifically to focus towards scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, along with the women member to work on a greenfield enterprises. Stand Up India initiative also been available, and you can get a fund of up to a crore that you can get it. So it depends on you how much effort you want to put. Because many of the people I could see, not only in this forum, I could see about number of forum where we have spoken in front of many directors, deans, vice chancellors. Mostly the thing is the awareness towards establishing a startup has been very less. They know it's a company, but what the government support gives, that they don't have more idea. Like right now the government is giving 80% rebate on patent filing. There is no inspection for initial 3 years. There is excellent tax exemptions for the people. So all these things have now the government now injecting slowly. So it depends. So that's why we are promoting through these various programs and making the whole country across. These are the various schemes and the support given by government. Why don't you harvest, or why don't you reap the benefits out of it? So we usually conduct the programs across the country, across everywhere. Like Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the people, when we conducted through online. So that the students, you could see engineering, there was about paramedical sciences students, B.Ed students, we have many other professions. So they were very happy by seeing this, and they said the thing that, sir, why don't we have a offline program? Like this online program, basically it's sometimes the limitation and network dynamics creates an obstacles in between. So why don't you, because since our entrepreneurship is not a half-day program or half-day module, I can teach you about what you will learn, because it's totally revolved around the entire business propositions. What is the value propositions? What is your customers? What is your key partners? What's about your key activities? From where you will generate revenue? Where you have to go for mentoring? What sort of product it should be? How the product marketing should be? What the product designing it should be? What the innovation you have to inject into this? It's not only about bringing an economic dynamics just for the sake, like, but just saying for half an hour or 1 hour. It takes about the whole ecosystem. You need to know about the intellectual property rights and laws, what all the thing it's been enabling you to file a patent. So it's more than this. It's an awareness for you. This we are just doing for all the agriculture students across the country, and invariably across directions. We empower them by this, that why don't you come out and take up? Because I could say you, sir, I would just bring into the attention before the Ashok sir. Like when I was reading from an agriculture university in 1991 from TNAO. So when I came out, somebody asked me that you start a mushroom profession. I immediately say the thing that I will go for a training for another 6 months, then I will start. But even though in South, agriculture, agriculture, veterinary, and MBBS are considered as a professional degrees. But when I went for North to do my master's and PhD, here agriculture is being considered only the thing like somebody who didn't get, that person joined agriculture. But the total connotation is different in South, because engineering, agriculture, and medicine and veterinary were the topmost creamy professional studies in South. So the connotation changes when you go to different places, and people feel like why I do this, why I won't do some other. So the question is, we are empowering the people through this various sensitization programs, and we are creating an awareness for the people. So these are the way we empower them. And if you have chances, you can come for our program. We conduct every year academic programs by norm, by the academy. You can attend any of the programs. You can register if you are from a government professional. You can private also, you can register. There is a certain amount of fees which is there. Otherwise, if anybody invites by their agencies or organization, we propose a 3 or 4 days program, including the whole business propositions, and we conduct totally for about 4 or 5 days as an entrepreneurial ecosystem and the incubation ecosystem for the whole country professionals. So that's the answer I could say here in this for this particular question. Yes.
Sir.
I have one supplementation. So this is my view. This is my understanding, sir. Recently we had a meeting, our research advisory committee meeting. The chairman was Professor G. Padmanabhan, who was Padma Bhushan, former IASC Bangalore director, a very great scientist. And he is also currently the chairman for BIRAC, Biotechnology Industry Assistance Council. You know what he was telling, they are providing BIRAC, of course, they are providing funding assistance to budding entrepreneurs, the startup people. And he was telling in the discussion that he sees a very rare kind of people, very limited number of agriculture people seeking fund for agri startup. In general startup, even in agri startup, the agri graduates are very less in number requesting for grant from the BIRAC. And when compared to engineering, when there are only few hundreds here, there are thousands of applications competing for getting money from the technology side, from IITs, and engineers are in more in number. But what I feel, I perceive in our syllabus itself, our agricultural science syllabus itself at the undergraduate level is focusing more on production, enhancing the production, cultivation, production to a very limited extent on post harvesting. But our market orientation, the making the people skilled enough to take the business in the agriculture is little less even now as per the syllabus. Now we focus more on science, we focus more on production, how to produce, but then we focus less on how to market. But on the other side, we know ours is a big market. India is a big market, which is even trying to be accessed by the developed nations. Always there is the discussion in the World Forum, requesting us to open our market. Developed nations want market access. We are somehow protecting our market. But inside the market, inside India, domestically, we have a huge opportunity which is not being exploited enough by the agri graduates who are otherwise good in their science. But because of the lack of orientation towards market, they are hesitant. And moreover, if you see the profile of the agri students in our country, most of them are from rural background. They are not like engineering graduates. So they are very, weak in the soft skill. They don't even, have the capacity to present their ideas in a platform. They lack a communication skill. I think these are all the soft skills which are lacking. And moreover, their awareness, as we understand, is very low on the prospects of doing business through agriculture. That's the reason we are making a small step in creating awareness among the number of agricultural students from across the country.
Yeah.
Vijay is leading program. I think we are conducting number of training programs every year, at least to sensitize. The students are presently in dark. They do not know what is after their undergraduation. So we are trying to create a kind of awareness. The opportunity is huge, which is already being exploited, accessed by the non-agricultural students or graduates. And we are trying to create a kind of a favorable ecosystem for the agri graduates themselves to come and take up the business. Who can do, in our estimate, who can do better than the people who are already in business now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much to all the panelists, Dr. Vijay sir and Dr. Ganesh Kumar sir, for your wonderful insights. I know keeping in view of the time, because we are already running out of time. I think we have a lot of other questions which are actually sitting on my WhatsApp and various other Ajit groups. So I mean, I would like to excuse our Ajits, because we'll not be able to take any further questions because of, keeping in mind of the timing. So now to continue with the session, now may I request our beloved Dr. Ashok Dalwai sir, IAS, CEO of National Rainfed Area Authority and the chairman of Empowered Committee on Doubling of Farmers' Income, to speak few words on taking AEIF forward. We are privileged to have you with us to see so many Ajit events, sir. He is one of our bureaucrat where top authorities of the government, agriculture scientists, farmers, entrepreneurs, and industrialists believe that whatever he does is for the welfare of the farmers. We are witness to instances where the smallest farmer from the village in Karnataka and highest authorities in Delhi are discussing with him on agriculture issues. So he takes a personal interest and does so many work continuously. We are proud that you are the alumni of school from 1975, that's sir. And I'm too small to introduce you, sir. Your energy and charisma makes us feel that you are much more younger than us. Now over to you, sir, for a few words on taking year forward.
Jagdish, thank you so much, and for your affectionate words that really humble me. I truly believe, not just articulate, that everything that we do is always a collective effort. And as I have said earlier, no single individual, however powerful, however intelligent he or she may be, can match the collective intelligence and the collective strength. Therefore, the AEIF initiative, under the umbrella of Ajit Alumni Association, is a collective effort. Let me first thank profusely Dr. Vijay, Dr. Ganesh, and Sandeep. There will be formal word of thanks, but I can't hold myself back from thanking you and also congratulating you for taking a position as your own colleague for the insight-filled and highly theme-oriented articulation of the sessions. Here we have an Ajit fraternity and also the friends and families of Ajits, who, in terms of their age, in terms of their experience, exposure, knowledge, qualification, are highly diverse. We have people here from the age of 19 to 70. We have people who are yet at the college level, and those who are now looking after the tuitions of their grandchildren. And of course, we have a lot of them who are still in the thick of action. So that's the range we have. And we deliberately wanted this kind of a diversity, for every generation has something to learn from the need for promoting entrepreneurship. Of course, the youngsters would be the aspiring entrepreneurs. Those who are in the thick of action can be someone like Sandeep, changing their jobs. And those who are senior fathers or grandfathers can actually motivate their own little ones at home. The need of the hour today certainly is to promote entrepreneurs. The data you shared with us to give a sharper understanding that the number of youngsters passing out of the educational institutions is so high, and the number of jobs being created is so small, that we need to actually become job creators. And India has the highest population in the working life. The population between 15 plus to 60, which is considered as the labor force, is the most dense in the country today, in the world today. And it will continue to remain dense and rank number one in terms of the working population for the next 30 years. And the absolute numbers are so frightening that sometimes we really wonder whether it is possible for us to create so many jobs. And technology is going to be the anchor of the universe over the next few decades. It already is, but it will become sharply more pivoting in its entire outcome. So given the nature of emerging technology and juxtaposed with such density of population, I think startup is the only way forward. As Dr. Vijay defined, startup differs from other businesses by its fundamental character of being innovative and technology-led, and more particularly digital technology-led. Hence, startup is the only way forward. Today we have got the clarity. What is a startup? What is a business? Many a time we tend to think that a corner shop or a mom pop shop is also a startup. No. It may be an initiative. It may be an enterprise, but it's not a startup because it does not contain the seeds of innovation or technology all the time. In fact, in 2000s, when Bangalore built the first startup ecosystem, and somebody came to invite me, I was myself not knowing clearly what that startup means. So I had to sit with him, understand myself, and then go for the program. And now startup has become a common theme in the world over, and certainly India. Only day for yesterday, our Honorable Prime Minister at the SCO summit, you must have heard the speech, where he gave the figures that India today has more than 70,000 startups. And the number of unicorns is now near 100. 70,000 startups is a figure that can compare itself with some of the highest figures in the world. We are at number 3 now. We have taken over United Kingdom. We took over UK not just in terms of gross value added, but also in terms of startups, which only implies that we will be able to sustain the wealth creation. So if we are able to create so many startups, and we are still at a stage of infancy, we have not taken even the baby step. With a growing awareness, we'll certainly be able to create larger and larger number of startups. And mind you, it has taken a few decades to actually come to this stage. The incubation facility, for example, are now as old as 4 decades. We have had incubation facilities set up by the Department of Science and Technology primarily, and simultaneously also promoted in the private sector. Today, approximately, we have around 800 incubation centers. And Agriculture Ministry has got into this act with the amendments to the RKVY 3 years back. And incubation centers are becoming more common, certainly. And now I think Ajit understand that they're all sandboxes. Whenever at Hubli you keep seeing Deshpande's sandbox, many of you may have wondered what that sandbox meant, because it's all built of laterite stones, and laterites and sand go together more or less. Some of us may have thought that, this is referring to the morphology of the building. But now, Dr. Vijay made it so beautifully clear that a sandbox is a safety house. So we must certainly promote startups, and everybody has a role to play. Ajit Alumni Association recognizes its social responsibility. We are one of the alumni like many other alumni. But the natural inclination of any alumni association is social networking. And nothing wrong in that. After all, that meets the emotional need. And particularly as the society gets more atomized, more anonymous with the growing urbanization and mobility, and with the loss of the traditional conventional family relationships, will certainly require these new kind of artificial constructs like the Alumni Association to build that relationship. But not being satisfied with just that, our association is keen on becoming socially responsible. And one of the methods of becoming socially responsible is to promote entrepreneurship. And since our own youngsters who come out of the science schools and then graduate from different kinds of institutions would also not be finding jobs so easily. And even if they find, they may not want to take up that job, can be canalized into the domain of enterprise. So this Ajit Entrepreneurship and Innovation Platform, AEIF, is precisely that kind of a platform which will try to handhold. AEIF today is still was at an ideation stage, was a concepting stage. It has taken 1 year for us actually to graduate from an ideation and conceptualization stage to actually the next stage, that is committing ourselves to taking this forward. So as per the hierarchy of definitions that Dr. Ganesh and Dr. Vijay gave us, we are now at that second stage. And in fact, you have sowed those seeds today, where you have actually given a definitive shape to the idea, the concept that we had in our mind, and given it some concreteness today. So this now builds that commitment in us to take this forward. So just like any startup, all ideas need not be very clear. The way forward need not be very clear. Just that burning desire to do something different and to serve. These are good enough reasons for us to start something, and these are good enough reasons which will give us ideas, give us strength, give us courage, and give us a support system which will take us forward. So in NAM, we have found that partner. We have such willing, passionate, professionally competent, and committed to the nation resources who can actually handhold us now. So we certainly would like to partner and benefit from you. Today, it has been a session introductory nature. It has been a module which has also been comprehensive simultaneously. We have had this baptizing into this whole thing through both theoretical understanding and motivational lectures, and simultaneously a practical reference through Sandeep's own experience. So it is a very well designed, very well tailored, very well modulated session. In fact, many of us would not have expected so much, but I know, because I know your competence. But many of our Ajis may not have known this thing. And I can see from the number of questions that are popping up, the comments that are popping up, the number of messages I've been also getting on the WhatsApp here individually, that they've all benefited immensely. We have been sitting here from 10 a.m. and still people are willing to listen to you. That only goes to show that how you have been able to keep their interest alive. You have been extremely riveting. I must say that, a work well begun is half well done, as they say. So we have really begun well. And this Ajit Entrepreneurship and Innovation Forum, AEIF, would like to strengthen itself and to talk to the Ajits around here. You may be wondering what we're going to do. I would like you to go through release number 17 that was released on 17th of August, wherein we have given the philosophy, principles, and vision of AIF. We have also created an advisory council, we have created committees, and the committees have been well thought of in the sense that there are two natures of committees. We have got horizontal committees and vertical committees, so that there are specific mandates assigned to each of these. And the members who have been chosen as composition has been done based on the inclinations, even experiences and exposure. But this is not finality. We want more and more Ajits to come on board and become members. But what I would like you to remember all the time, which our president Gopal also will certainly emphasize, is that this is a voluntary work. This is not a paid service. So if it is a voluntary service, we would like people to come on their own from their desire to contribute to the society. You saw on one of the slides that the nature of activities could be economic and non-economic. Economic desires or economic principles are all driven by profits or by even wanting to make a name, etc. But here, non-economic desire is based on love and affection, fellowship, fraternity, camaraderie, esprit de corps. And as members of this fraternity, we are supposed to be known for camaraderie and esprit de corps. One for all for one. So certainly, Ajits must come forward to do whatever little they can do. So this would be your contribution to the Ajit fraternity, to the Ajit families, and also Ajit friends. Ajit friends need not be somebody we know. It could be somebody who's not known. In fact, please recall the definition of leadership that Dr. Mashelkar gave in one of the lectures. For the friends here, our friends from NAM, we also have another forum called Ajit Knowledge Forum, where we sit every second month, invite some very bright minds from the country to address us. So Dr. Mashelkar, very popular scientist and the former DG of CSIR, had come. So he said, this leadership was defined by Subroto Bagchi, the founder of Mindtree, not Dr. Mashelkar, where he told leadership is something where you are able to influence the person not known to you. So farther the distance of the person influenced by you, more intense is your leadership, or more capable is your leadership. Now, let's say, for example, don't mistake me, let's say our Prime Minister sitting somewhere is able to influence somebody, millions of people who are not known to him. Just example I'm giving you. So that is leadership. Another kind of leader is a CEO of a company who is able to influence positively somebody within his own company. So here we want to influence our Ajit friends and Ajit society at large who are not known to us. But we would like to do through concrete ways. And this Ajit Entrepreneurship Forum is some platform like that. So I would like to request all our Ajit friends here that we have set up a small office thanks to one of our Ajit, RG Kulkarni, was given as a physical space where you can go physically to meet people sitting there. And in our 3 senior Ajits, led by one of our 2 senior most Ajits, Commodore Arvind Shinkam as the president of AEIF, and Shri S.G. Patil and Maltesh Jivan are supporting them. under, of course, the positive stroke and umbrella guidance of our own president, Sri Gopal Vasur. They will be guiding you regularly. And as they're guiding you, they may not be expert in that, but then they'll be able to coordinate, converge, cooperate the efforts of everybody else around. So you should now start visiting that particular place, start interacting with them. And it is not necessary that all the time we need to get together physically. Today with technology, virtual interactions are as effective as physical interactions. So we have a website, dedicated website. Then we have various other kinds of groups, social media that can be utilized. We have our own Ajits who already have their businesses, which can serve as incubation centers or implant facilitation centers everywhere. And then we have, institutions in service of our nation like NAM. And we also have Guru Raj Deshpande's sandbox in Hubli, who has also agreed to sign an MOU with us. So we will make use of all these facilities which are there in our country, and also our own facilities within our own Ajit fraternity, and continuously move towards building enterprises. And we will be focusing on both types of enterprises, that is brownfield expansion projects and greenfield projects. And greenfield projects certainly can start with startups, because the youngsters in particular are extremely tech savvy. You understand the things better. You are more close to the ground. So friends, I would like to emphasize that AEIF is another vertical that has been rolled out in service of Ajits and also the entire society. But its success will depend purely on your desire to offer voluntary effort or voluntary support. It's not finance. It is your desire to offer your knowledge, your intellectual input, your ability to handhold the youngsters who want to become entrepreneurs, enable your own enterprises to serve as implant facilities for training, and of course, giving guidance. So there are so many ways that you can all come forth to build this entrepreneurship. This will be a great service that we'll be doing to our motherland. And let's all get together and do it. And once again, let me, with a matter of pride in my heart, thank you, Dr. Vijay and Dr. Ganesh and Sandeep. And of course, Dr. Venkateshwarlu and the director, Dr. Srinivas Rao, who have been more than not just willing, but who have been proactive in giving the support. Without that kind of a clearance and then the green signal go ahead from the director, head of the academy, things cannot move. So NARM does not work just like another government agency. You have shown that you are truly entrepreneurial in your character, that you are willing to step out of the boundaries of a government-led, rule-bound organization and serve others. So really grateful to you, and not only grateful, and as I said, as one of your own colleague, I feel extremely happy and proud, and my heart is filled with love and affection and pride for all of you. So thank you very much, Jagdish, and wish everyone a happy weekend. And thank you for all participation, your all participation. Thank you.
So thank you, sir, from the NAM side, and we are very happy that you have been here and spoken wonderfully. A good speech, because it's like a gathering which come from 20 years to 70 years. What you said, it's really nice to speak with these people, and they have patiently sitting from the time from morning 9:30 till now. And it's their remarkable achievement, because by seating itself, it shows their importance, what they have given the program, including you specifically, because you didn't wake up even for a single time. It's really great effort, sir. ICR NAM totally acknowledges the whole support what you have provided, and in turn, it's both learning from both of us. And we have come to know more about your forum specifically, and particularly entrepreneurship in general, which I could say was And thanks a lot for providing the opportunity for us to be as a partner in your own Ajit Forum to showcase our entrepreneurial capabilities. And always our idea has been in the limelight for the last 10 years. And we are always active and give a helping hand for every entrepreneurs across the country. You are always welcome to contact us at any time. Our address, everything has been in the website. If you put NAM and idea, everything is visible. We are there always. We never think a second thought for anybody, anytime. So we are always there for support, sir. Thanks once again from our side and
Thank
from
you.
Director and Jerry side, sir.
Thank you. Jagdish.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, sir, for your kind words and vision for the EAF. As you rightly mentioned about the unicorns in India, I think we have 105 plus unicorns in India. I think I happen to hear one of our again senior Ajit, Shri Ashok, Shri Shivagi Kalsa, sir, Secretary Government of Karnataka Agriculture Department, mentioning in one of the meeting, wherein he said that we only have two food tech companies who have actually become unicorn, and they're basically Swiggy and Zomato, but they're basically aggregators and they are into last mile delivery. And with the 52 ministries totally in the government of India working towards the complete Atmanirbhar Bharat, and agriculture department and especially the NAM has done a wonderful job in taking this initiative to a greater extent, and we are really indebted and very thankful to you for your support in having NAM with us today to address us. And I know that the kind of interactions and the presence of so many Ajits, senior Ajits and junior Ajits in this forum itself shows the kind of interest that we all have been shown into this program. Now, without much ado, I'd now request our beloved President, Shri Gopal Hosur sir, IPS, the first IPS officer from the Ajit fraternity from 1971 batch. He retired after serving as a IG Intelligence, Government of Karnataka, and currently the CEO of the Chinmay Mission Hospital, Bangalore. He was the key person in nabbing bandit Veerappan. He has brought many positive changes in AAA as a president, and he is the one to whom every Ajit looks up to for practical advice and solution. Now, over to Shri Gopal Hosur sir for the presidential remarks.
Good afternoon, friends. To Dr. Vijay, I must say, as you rightly mentioned in the end, this is the first time I am sitting for 4 hours in one place at a stretch. I don't know how I gathered that stamina to sit here, but the talks were very captivating and extremely informative. Thank you, Jagdish, for this opportunity for me to speak. At the end, I will not take much time. It is lunch time, and I think Saturday night fever is already catching up with many of you. Once again, good afternoon to all. I just wish to make 3 points today. First and foremost, I must thank Dr. Ashok Dalwai for all his efforts to bring the ICAR and NAM before us. A very, very competent, professional, committed body, and they have given outstanding information, probably which was very, very necessary for Ajit's families who want to venture into entrepreneurship. Especially, I must thank Dr. Venkateshwarlu, Mr. Srinivas Rao, Vijay Avinash Lingam, and also, more important, was Sandeep Tota, who practically gave us his own experience of having a startup and how the challenges that he has been able to meet with. AAA, as you all know, was earlier called OBA. And for my friends from the ICAR and NAM, I must say, the genesis of our alumni started in an agricultural college, agricultural university. So we are very, very closely knit because a number of our alumni are from the agricultural college, agricultural universities who have done extremely well. So I must recall Dr. C.S. Sunshal, who was one of the earliest to join the Agriculture University and became a professor and a head of department and did an excellent work. In fact, he initiated the process of OBA, supported by, of course, many others at that point of time, including our late teacher, Mr. G.D. Kale, whom I must recollect today. But over a period of time, the alumni became more an alumni cocktail association. And now in the last couple of years, with a new energy, new enthusiasm, the Ajit Alumni Association is on a higher trajectory to be interconnected well and to make the organization, the Alumni Association, useful to all its members, to their families, and through that, to the society at large. And so I must thank Dr. Ashok Delvai once again for this, and also my classmate, Mr. S.G. Patil, and my dear friend Arvind Shigam, Mallikarjun Gandhi, Mr. Jeevan Navar, and this whole team of Jagdish and Santosh Hombar. All of you came together to make the first AEIF program a grand success. So compliments to you all. Of course, the country is witnessing probably a golden era in entrepreneurship. We have so much of enthusiasm in our society today to start businesses, to make them successful. And probably agriculture is one field which has contributed the most to the stability of the country. As one of the speakers was rightly mentioning, agriculture focused more on production and less on marketing and distribution. And that is where the scope for entrepreneurship is going to come up in a large measure. And Mr. Sandeep Tota is one very, very good example of how an enterprise connected with natural food, organic food, can become a very, very successful venture. The country of such diversity, with such demographic composition, size, probably is in need of entrepreneurship. And that is going to make a great socio-economic change in our society. And I'm sure the country will grow from strength to strength with these kinds of initiatives. And the AAA takes special pride in organizing this program, getting the best of the minds to speak to us, to enlighten us, to provide us the right kind of inputs. This is just now, we have had a theory of it, and we will also be doing a lot of practical sessions connected with entrepreneurship, where we'll get very, very successful entrepreneurs to come and address the AEIF so that people can learn a lot practically from the practical examples of those who have got into the field and who have had to battle a large number of challenges. Challenges are bound to be there, but the earlier, at the younger age that you take it up, the more easy it comes to overcome those, and failures can always be absorbed. And one underlying factor that I saw right through this talk was failures will be your company. How you are able to address them, how you are able to overcome them, how you are able to stay on the course. It is like a marathon. You need to keep on doing things, going practically, getting into it and learning about it. I'm sure this program will act as a catalyst for all our further ventures of the AEIF, and we'll see a large number of school students who are unfortunately not able to join the NDA and who are not able to get into, who want to do something on their own. Because basically you will be generating a lot of employment for the, especially for the unemployed. The number is so high that you will be providing employment to so many people. A couple of my friends are into startups. Simple thing, I think I wrote some time back about the person who was with the British Telecom.
he gave up a very lucrative job and started a small enterprise to make chickies and energy bars. Now today, fortunately, he came to me and he said, why don't you invest a small money? I did that. Today, his market has expanded to Europe and United States, where our Indian chickies are in great demand. The energy bars are sought by sportsmen. So there is a huge opportunity and we need to seize this opportunity. There is only one word of caution, I would say, because I think Mr. Sandeep did not mention it in detail, but I think he had this in mind. Navigating the bureaucracy in India is the biggest challenge. They say single window system, but you have multiple single windows, and passing through those single windows is one of the greatest challenges. Earlier, so if you are very ethical and very principled, how do you handle this situation? It is possible. It's not that it's not possible. I have been working for last 50 years, from the age of 20 to now. It's almost 49 years of job. And today I'm on the other side of the table. I deal with the government on various issues, and I'm started to find that instead of supporting enterprise, instead of providing very smooth passage, when we are fully compliant with all the rules and regulations, unfortunately, I think bureaucrats and at political level, we have a lot of roadblocks. How to overcome these challenges itself, it will be a major challenge for all the entrepreneurs. I am not pessimistic. We have also been able to get a lot of things done without doing anything unethical. And it is possible, but I'm sure it is a road in construction in progress. It will take a long time when we have real ease of doing business. Ultimately, our aim should be to provide good living to our agriculture farmers, because 70% of our population is connected with agriculture. So as long as our aim is not to make an agriculture coolie's life better than what it is, then probably we'll be failing in our duty. We may earn a few thousand rupees or $1 million or much more, but it has to be transformed into something that actually helps the society to be much better than what it is today. Saying these few words, I once again thank the AAA, AEIF, the AKF for the great vertical, which has been extremely successful. AEIF, I'm sure, will grow from strength to strength, and the AAA will stand by all your initiatives, Dr. Ashok Dalwai and your team. Let me tell you that we will stand by all your efforts in whatever dimension that you want to take AAA to further heights. And sports is another vertical that we must seriously start looking at, because it is going to be an outdoor event and there will be a lot of bonhomie. It will not be virtual, it is going to be physical. So we'll come up with a lot of programs in the months to come. But for now, thank you one and all. Thank you, Jagdish, Mr. S.G. Patil, and our Shigaon, Arvind Shigaon, and the whole team, Mr. Jivan Navar, and all of you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for all your support. No, it is because of your support that we are taking this forward, and the entire team always is so confident and secure of your leadership and your support, which actually is a energy that we all require, and it is taken forward. Thank you so much. And I just want to also make appeal on your behalf to everybody that Commodore Arvind Shigaon, S.G. Patil, and Maltesh Jivan Navar, these are the three people who will be leading this AEIF, supported by a large number of leads who have been chosen as leads, associate leads, and members. And as always, the youngsters once again are in the forefront. It is they who organize this event, and I'm not taking names for lest I miss some names. But as always, they have done this, and I appeal to all the Ajis to provide all the support to this particular core team, which would be taking us forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Gopalasur sir, for those kind and motivating words. I'm sure with the great two pillars like yourself and Dr. Ashok Dalwai sir, AAA and its various branches like AKF, AIF, and the sport, and so many other things. I mean, so many other verticals to come in the future will definitely scale greater heights. And Ajit's fraternity will be highly benefited with that. And before proposing a vote of thanks, I request all the dignitaries and the Ajit fraternity to kindly switch on your video for taking a screenshot for the program. Santosh, please try to take the snaps. Yeah. They say that all the good things come to an end, but definitely I would like to say that all the good things have a great beginning as we had today. And at last, I would like to invite Shri S.G. Patil sir, KS, the chairman of IEAI, to for the acknowledgement. I would just to mention about Shri S.G. Patil sir. He's from the 1971 batch and was awarded the best Tahsildar by the district administration in the year 1988. Currently, he is the CEO of the KM Medical College, Hubli, and he has two sons who are both super specialty doctors. Now, over to Shri S.G. Patil sir for the acknowledgement.
Thank you, Jagdish. Good afternoon to everyone. Indeed, it is a wonderful feeling for me at this age after retirement. I'm really privileged and honored to get an opportunity to serve and be a mentor to young Ajis in making them a better entrepreneur, investor, venture capitalist, and more startups where India will look up with a great pride. I'm hereby acknowledge wholeheartedly and express with a deep sense of gratitude, thanking Dr. Srinivas Rao, the Director, National Academy of Agriculture and Research, Hyderabad, for being the chief guest and arranging this event. Thanking you, sir. I thank Dr. Venkateshwarlu, the Joint Director, ICAR and NARM, Hyderabad, for facilitating this event. Thank you, sir. I thank Dr. N.A. Vijay, Avinash Lingam, Principal Scientist XSM, Dr. Ganesh Kumar, Principal Scientist ABM, ICAR, NARM, and Mr. Sandeep Thata, CEO of Organic Nest, for a very insightful, informative, and educative technical session, who has driven every point of entrepreneurship and startups into the young minds, and who ignited and inspired the young minds of Ajis. Thanking you all. I thank Ashok Dalwai, IAS sir, CEO, NRA, and a founding member of AAA, who has taken the nascent AEIF forward with a vision, with untiring efforts, who strongly believes in Walt Disney saying, if you can have a dream, you can achieve it. Really true, sir. And thank you, sir, for this wonderful initiation and for your MOU with Deshpande Foundation, with the providing incubation with a startup. As it is said 1,000 miles start with a single step. Sir, you are already crossed the first step. Thank you very much, sir. I thank Gopal B. Hosur, IPS, the president of AAA, who is my classmate and a friend, and who is a brand ambassador, of Ajit's fraternity, with a vision of leadership, in always thinking of welfare of Ajit's community. Thank you, Gopal sir. I thank Commodore Arvind Sigao, the president of AAF, a disciplined Navy SEAL with a plan and preparedness for an action, and hoping for all the Ajit's mentor to become the achievers. Thank you, Arvind sir. I thank Maltesh Jivanar, the chairman of AAF, co-chairman of AAF, who is the chief whip, who keeps all us on toe to make this event successful. Thank you, Jivanar. I thank R. Jagdish, the master of ceremony, who has done an excellent anchoring in a very professional manner. Thank you, Jagdish. I thank Santosh Humble, the flawless technical support for making this event successful. Thank you, Santosh. I thank Vijay Thakur for his excellent media support. Thank you, Vijay. I thank Dinesh Badgandi and RG Kulkarni for coordination and administrative support. Thank you. I will be failing in my duty if I don't thank our seniors, Ajis, for their valuable guidance, Colonel BGV Kumar and Captain GR Gopinath, the founder of Air Deccan and an entrepreneur, and squadron leader Harsha Gaonkar. Thank you, sirs. I thank all the Ajis, their families and their friends, and all the participant viewers of this event who have been benefited by this virtual session on environmentalship, startups and ecosystem. Thanking you one and all. I say Ajit hai, Abhit hai. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, Sri S.T. Patil sir. With this, we come to the conclusion part of the program. May I request everyone to please raise for the national anthem. Santosh, are you playing the national anthem?
Well, we can sing ourselves, Jagdish, if it is not playing.
Sure.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So just say 1, 2, 3. We can start.
Yes, sir. Please keep your mics unmuted, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.